What is up? Welcome to the Transparency. Tonight is Wednesday, August 6th, 2025. Well, I'm going to take us back in time to November 13th, 2022. There's been a lot of hype, and I'm going to provide everybody with the body worn camera there's two body worn cameras the night of November 13th that had to do with the sign guy. Here is straight from Moscow Police Department to myself almost, what has it been now? I don't know, 2.5 years ago. This is the start of the camera that is clearly your driver. 3:31 and 25 seconds, 11/13/2022. This is when this Tisdale's body cam is turned on. Now, the guy that would be to the right of him, his passenger, is Rosie, Nate. So you have to drive like from where they kind of turned in, and you have to get all the way back to this portion of it. Now he's going to click when he gets out here.
Moscow PD, let me stop for a second.
What's up?
Go to identity. What'd you do with the sign?
We found on the side of the road.
Okay, you supposed to take that?
Probably not.
Probably not. Okay, where'd you find it from?
On the side of the road, like over yonder.
Okay, where's over yonder?
You talking up by Sunset Mart? Up the hill by the gas station?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you think it was a good idea to take a city-owned sign and take it back to, I'm assuming, your apartment?
Yeah, it was like falling on the side of the fucking road.
Let's go ahead and just set it down for right now, okay?
You want it?
We'll set it right there for right now.
Okay.
Okay. So, up in the corner, started at 3:31 and some change. Now it's at 3:32 and 38 seconds. Okay.
You got ID on you?
I do.
Get that from you? And your ID?
I also don't, and I literally just was meeting him halfway. I wasn't there.
So you're by yourself?
Yeah.
I met him like halfway there, but
Moscow 59-1 run.
What was your end game?
are you talking to me?
Who were with the sign?
That's McDonald, Mary Adam Charles, David Ocean, Nora Adam Lincoln David, First Cade, King Adam David Edward, Mel C. Charles, good birth,
Now, I want to
2001, mail through Idaho.
Perfect. Okay. Okay. Now, the actual report, okay, responding officers, Jacob, and then you have, so he just radios in at 3:33 in like 7 seconds, okay?
Yep.
Gotcha.
Now
So
watch.
that is theft.
Yep.
Okay. And for what purpose?
None.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you saw it was knocked over?
It was knocked over.
Or you just picked it up and grabbed it just because?
It was knocked over.
Okay. So you thought it'd be a good idea to just take city property, take it back to your apartment, store it inside?
Just gonna bring it back. Yep. Yep.
And what's your relation to this situation?
No, I'm Rusiv. I just went to go
Copy.
walk and meet him because he said he was coming back. So I was like, I'll go meet up with him.
Okay. So we just said copy. See how we didn't hear anything? See how we didn't hear anything? Okay. There's other video from earlier in the night, and I was like, does he have an earpiece in that goes to like his radio? Because you did not hear dispatch say anything back. Okay. 3:33 and 40, probably like 44 seconds.
Okay, did you see any sign?
When I got there, yeah.
You get your info, man. What's your last name?
Villa, Villa.
First name?
Hayden.
Are you guys gonna arrest me
Hayden.
for this, or?
I have no intention on taking you to jail.
Thank you.
Initial?
I have no intention of taking you to jail. You guys, this plainclothes detail was for the purpose to, for drugs and open containers, underage drinking, intoxicated levels that, hey, public intox. I mean, what are we doing here? Why are we even? Okay, let me back up. Okay. The report says, on November 13th, 2022, at about 3:38, I was working a plainclothes detail for minors in possession or consumption of alcohol and other related alcohol or drug offenses on or near the University of Idaho's campus. While en route back to the Moscow Police Department. This is not en route back to the Moscow Police Department. Okay. He says he left the Banfield incident at 3:32. He did not. They left the Banfield incident at 3:16. Then by the time he gets in the car and they decide to drive, they are then seen on the Linda Lane cameras leaving at 3:19. Okay. Then from 3:19 until this happens, all right, is unaccounted for time. When I say that it's unaccounted for time, we have no idea where they're at. It is very important to understand what was going on, though, between 3:19 and 3:31 and some change. What's really important that's going on right there? Oh, wait. They will come forward and say, hey, we saw a white sedan that fits the description of suspect vehicle 1 traveling on Indian Hills Drive. Well, guess what? This is that vehicle. The only way that you could be traveling and heading back to the police department would be if you made a right to leave and go to the police department from Taylor. In order for you to be supposedly heading back to the police department, you would never go left out of Taylor, because when you turn right from Taylor onto 95, right up then on your left is going to be the police department, where then you would make a left, and that south view that takes you back to the Groves if you don't turn into the police department. And if you continue on going, it'll wrap you up to Indian Hills Drive. Okay. So all that happened here, guys, is all the times are accurate. They just chose to write the wrong times when they were writing up their typed up report. They are not being honest with a typed up report. In order for you to say that the camera time is off and also the CAD time is off, okay, you would have to be dialed in to the people that are in dispatch, because they're the ones that write up and are typing things in the CAD, and you don't get to write the time. It timestamps it for you when you're typing it. You don't get to pick, hey, this is what happened at this time. No, when you write something in and you press enter, boom, that's the time. Whatever time I would be writing something in on if I'm dispatch, I write whatever, boom, I press enter. Okay, those are called the radio call logs. That's what Ann Taylor was asking for. That's what anybody that would have a brain and be an attorney would be asking for. But to sit here and say that the cameras are off and the stuff's not synced up right and blah, 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 blah. No. This is all accurate with the camera and the CAD notes. It's where it's not becoming accurate is the people that are actually writing the report. When they go to write the report and when they're trying to say that they cleared a place, or like how he said here on November 13th at 2:22 at approximately 3:38. We know that his body cam turned on at 3:31. You see it there. Okay. But the reason that he is trying to say that it was at 3:38, guys, why? What do you think? It's because he said on his previous report that he left the band field at 3:32. Well, why would, that's how we realized and caught the lie. He was trying to make it seem like he was at Banfield all the way up until 3:32. They were not. But anybody could ask themselves, why would you ever lie about that? And I'm telling you why you would lie about it. You would lie about it so that your vehicle could not be the vehicle that they're trying to say is seen on the cameras at Indian Hill. That's the suspect vehicle. Do you understand? That's just it. That's it, period. That's the reason. That's the reason. There is no call that goes in at 3:38 to say that this is when this would have been reported. The body cam clearly comes on at 3:31. All right. It's when you're writing up your supplemental narrative. Okay. And so understand that this is where the lie is. The lie isn't in that this is tampered with body cam. The lie isn't in that somebody in dispatch is fucking with the times. No, it is the author of the reports that are lying. And what we need to ask ourselves is this is way bigger than that could ever be. Like, let me put it to you this way. My argument is stronger than your argument will ever be that somebody fucked with the times of the cameras. Let me explain why. Because of what's written in the report. He says, when reported means when he wants to ask for the case, when he wants to say, I'm going to take a report, when reported. So remember, we read all this stuff and it says no report taken, no report taken. In this case, for this incident, they took a report. And what I mean by that is he decided that he was going to issue this man a ticket. Okay. And so when that decision was made is when it says, when reported, 3:38 and 12 seconds. Okay. So I want to show everybody that you need to understand the terminology of CAD notes. And if you understand the terminology of the CAD notes and what they actually represent, then you're going to see that, oh, I see what you're saying. So when he determines this guy that has the body cam on, and he determines that he's going to take this man and give him a ticket, and he's going to put a case on him, okay? That's when it's reported. But we know that when he says that at approximately 3:38 that he did this, we know that he didn't at 3:38 while en route back to the Moscow Police Department to conclude the detail. He did not observe two male subjects walking in the parking lot of Identity. He did not observe that at 3:38. He observed that at 3:31. Okay. He says in his report, when he wrote it up, that he used his incident report CAD to say the 3:38. But when you actually use, so that's great. He's off. He's going off of the 3:38 time of when he decides to issue a citation. But we're proving that at 3:31 is when you actually stop these people, okay? Which means that you could not have concluded your stop with Banfield at 3:32 because you are here, motherfucker, at 3:31 and some change, okay? And then now the question is why would you ever need to say that you were at Banfield until 3:32? And the answer is very simple. Because you are covering for the fact that you could not possibly be the car that they're going to eventually label suspect vehicle 1 at 3:25 and 3:26 that's going to be on Indian Hills. Now, when you find out how early he writes his report on November 15th, that is where it's so, whoa. He knew to say something about it then, which should just tell you when you want to talk about why would anybody even think that they need to cover for something that would eventually come down the road, right? You would have to either know about it, right? Way before, okay? Or know about it way before. Or it could possibly be just such a coincidence, but it's just not. That's all that this is. These aren't off because, oh, look at, like, the mouths aren't going when the video's going. You guys, when I make a video and I'm editing things, this is me just taking it straight from what was given to me from MPD, putting it right onto nothing. Just here it is. It's a video made, press play. There you go. Like there's no editing from this on my standpoint. On past ones that I've done to like make a video, there's going to be editing and where I'm putting it into a software to then, and that's where things could get, because if you don't have like the best of the best equipment, if you guys remember my Kaylee video with when she was talking to Rosendahl and he was taking a picture of her ID, when I put that out, one of the videos, it's the mouse moving and she's like the audio is not with it. It's because of that type of shit. Okay. That has to do with my fundraiser actually. Okay. So please accept this for what it is. And the bigger boom is that they knew to cover that they could not possibly be the fucking sedan on Indian Hills. Everybody should be asking themselves, what was going on over there in Indian Hills? What was going on over there? Why would they ever stop somebody if this is their plainclothes detail is to be doing drugs and alcohol? How do you even see this guy? You didn't see him on the main street. You know what I mean? I believe that there might be one or two more people working.
I wasn't trying to do anything. I was trying to do something stupid, but I'm not trying to.
Oh, really? Oh, dude, I swear to God, that was 3 years ago.
I get you now.
I swear on my
All right.
life.
No intention to take you to jail over that.
No intention of taking you to jail over that. Awesome. You can't take him to jail. I mean, take him to jail for what? Yep, you could. You could. Let's take you to jail for fucking lying under the penalties and pains of perjury right here. It says, yep, you swear to the penalties and pains of perjury.
2001.
Okay, what's good address here for you?
I'm gonna take it back. I'll take it back to where I found it.
Yeah.
I'll
Okay.
Walk back 'cause I like to walk around. I think.
just turned 21.
Once I got
Hold on. I want to show you where they have this where they want to talk about life over here, where they go.
No, it's now here with a friend.
Yep.
Okay, so he's gonna go talk to Rosie.
Talk to you.
Yeah.
Okay, Rosie's in the jeans in the black. Jacob is in all black.
Just you. Yeah. We're gonna stay there, okay?
Look at that nice little stop right there. Look at that beauty. Look at that beauty.
What do you say?
He said he was out drinking. This buddy was out drinking somewhere else. He walked back. He's been playing video games this whole time. He's sticking with the story that he had no idea this guy had a sign, or that he knew the guy had a sign, but he was very blatant about the fact that once he got there, he saw his friend had a sign, didn't think anything more of it, and was like, dude, okay. So,
You want to do anything with him? Or?
him?
Yeah.
I mean, like, what's it, petty theft?
Yeah. For that guy.
If you're going to charge him, I mean, complicity or what's the term they use over here?
Accomplice.
Accomplice. So
He's an accomplice. Get the fuck out of here. Guys, remember me joking and laughing about this shit? This is crazy, right? But when Rosie just says, what's the term that you guys use over here, right? Rosie, where do you normally patrol at? I mean, he's got to be that new. Rosie, he's got to be that new to be asking, what's the term? But anyways, we're all over here to 3:37 and 31 seconds.
he basically didn't assist him in taking it, but he also made no effort
I'm going to show you why the 3:38 comes into play.
stop him. I think it's pretty weak in terms of charging him. But that being said, with him admitting he picked it up, took him, I don't think I'd do anything with this guy over here. I'd probably cut him. Yeah. If they were walking together and both grabbed it and both took off, I'd go a different route. But with him walking up to him and being like, we're walking back.
Well, if you don't get him, let's help get this guy aside real quick. He's 21.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, right here. 3:38. Ready here. Listen to what he's about to say. Moscow. Listen to. Here we go. Hey, hey, hey. You guys see this? You guys want to know why? It says 3:38. Wasting my motherfucking time.
Yeah. Moscow and 59. Can you start me a case for theft?
Can you start me a case? Bitch, Lana, you are so smart. 3:38 in 11 seconds. 3:38 in 12 seconds. Now, who's going to suck on my titties while I go get a fucking shot? This is why it says 3:38 in 17 seconds. Are we clear now? Can we move on? Can we move on? Can we go to the next main things of life? He asked for a case, like I said he would. That when reported, that's why it says reported. When reported. But where the lies are, okay, where the lies are is in the fucking human that decided to write up the report and say he did not come across these people at 3:38, just like he did not leave Banfield, okay, at 3:32. So, are we good? We're good. The lie is in the fact that we have Linda Lane. Now, stop fucking with my Linda Lane camera footage, okay? Because I'm working on getting us 1112. Okay? Can we all agree? Can we move on? Shenanigans. Now, class can resume here. And what we're going to do is I want to know how Danny Vargas, ready? I'm going to show you guys something. Danny Vargas. She decides to write up a report claiming that, wow, I asked for the Linda Lane camera footage on 11:15 from the guy who's the owner, right? And by God, she doesn't write that she ever viewed it, right? She doesn't write that, God, I was viewing this for hours, right? And then I was like, Officer Payne, you gotta come see this. Just jonesing to give it to Officer Payne. No. In fact, she says that she just obtained all this information and then passed it along to the FBI. Okay? But Payne, he writes up a report and he says that in order to get the Jack Showalter search warrants, okay, this is why we're going to go hard to defend Jack Showalter here, because we're going to be going hard to defend that the Moscow Police Department, they wanted this. The university was like, we need to get this figured out, arrest somebody. Oh my God, this has to go away. So they didn't give a fuck who they arrested. Okay. They could have arrested, I'm telling you, Mike Tyson. Awesome. Yep. It was white dude, but we don't care. You know, it didn't matter. So okay. We're going to invite Hector now. All right. So, hey, Bill Thompson, get ready for this, Bill Thompson. Hey, Ashley Jennings, get ready for this. Okay. This is Payne's initial walkthrough of the house. Okay. He writes it up on 12/4/2022. That date is important. I don't know why that date is important yet. I mean, okay, I take that back. I have an idea, but I still have to prove some things. But Officer Payne decided that on December 4th, 2022, that it was finally okay to write this up. Okay? He felt comfortable to write this up. At 10:35 in the morning, followed by immediately afterwards at 11:25, same day, he's going to talk about using the Ford Fusion and driving around and seeing, because of what Molly told them, right? And then took a walk around like Molly, okay? And then he had to do this in the evening to be able to use the lights to be able to determine that, yeah, the lights appeared to make the silver vehicle look tanner in color than it would under the white streetlights. Now, why would Payne ever think to himself, I'm going to use the undercover car to, at approximately 5 p.m. on 11/24, I took the MPD school car, a silver Ford Fusion, and drove the route of the suspect vehicle. Why the fuck would you ever do that? Why wouldn't you take your own fucking car? Why would you take, I don't know. Why are you taking this car? And yeah, so that's what he did. And he already says that he has this suspect route. All right. Let me show you something. Guess who happened to be on scene the day that he did this? I also walked down and spoke to Officer Tisdall. Wow. Okay. Why? Oh, and then when I just came back from talking to him, I happened to see a bloody glove. But I don't really tell you where it's at. I act like it's in the middle of the driveway, blah, 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 right? All that crazy shit, right? But let's not forget that Molly says that she saw a tan sedan. Okay? And that she also basically describes seeing none other than Officer Tisdall. Okay? Blondish, red, spiky hair. Whenever you take off, if you were to take off a hat, if you were to take off like a mask, just saying, if you take off a hat, a beanie, when you take it off and you have short hair, your hair becomes kind of crazy, right? Spiky. Okay. Perfect. Now, these are the items 2 through 52 that Payne, he's like, here you go, this is my report. And who had a foot cast? Who hurt themselves at some point? Does anybody know? I've always wondered this. Who hurt themselves? Anyways, fingerprint lifted, fingerprint, cell phone. Laptop, knife sheath. White blanket. Blue phone. So you call this a cell phone. You call this a blue phone. Vape pen, fingerprint lift, steak knife. 17 through 43 blood swabs. Disposable camera. It's 2022. Who the fuck has those? How? Think about this. They weren't going through, like, this is his first batch that he's taking over, and some of the stuff was to dry out. Okay. A disposable camera. Wow. Like, I just can't imagine that 22-year-olds, 21, 20, and 19-year-olds are like, yeah, let me use disposable cameras. Is that not a cast? Foot cast? I don't know. Is it somebody? I don't know what that means. I would look at that and say foot cast. Are you saying that's a footprint? I don't see that. Foot cast. Like, I'm looking at that as like somebody has in their room, you know, when if you hurt yourself and then like people keep it and then everyone signs it. That's, I don't know. I mean, if this has anything to do with fucking a footprint and they're being, that would be insanity. Be insane that's how you would ever say that. Laptop. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. Wouldn't you want to write a report as to maybe say like where these items came from? Like, foot cast dash whatever room. Fingerprint lift where? Cell phone where? So on and so forth, like where these kind of came from. And he's like, well, they're doing that. CSI is doing that. Okay. Anyways, he goes on. So hold the room that did not appear to have. All right. So when he goes on to describe the bottom floor, first floor, Officer Smith and I entered 1122 King Road through the bottom floor door on the north side of the building. Upon entering, I observed a small bedroom on the west side, which is going to be not Bethany's. The door was ajar, so it wasn't closed, and I could see a bed. See that? Do you see that? A bed. Now, this blew my mind. You guys all see that, right? A bed. A bed. And I could see a bed. That means to everybody here, there's a bed in that room, right? Does anybody think that that means anything other than not a bed? Okay. Now, one of the first responders, he took pictures. Okay. When Bethany and Dylan were interviewed, they said that the front room, the bedroom that would be on the same floor as Bethany, was actually used as an office for Kaylee and Maddie. Okay. So, but here, again, Snyder is referring to it as a bedroom as well as he's taking pictures. So first floor, bedroom, east side. That's going to be Bethany's. The west side is going to be closest to like the 1112. See, bedroom, west side, bedroom, west side, bedroom. Doesn't say like, just saying like bedroom, bedroom, bedroom. Like that's what they're calling it. Front door towards first floor, bathroom and stairs. This is just what he was taking pictures of and how he was like labeling it. So he's even saying he's calling it a bedroom. Officer Payne is saying that he could see a bed with covers, right? A bed with covers and several other miscellaneous personal items strewn about the room, The room did not appear, though, to have been occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes inside the room. Okay. Hold on. This is this John Rowinski guy. And he writes his report on 11/14. And he says that on 11/13, I received a phone call advising there was a quadruple homicide. I arrived to Moscow Police Department, but put on my police-issued uniform and relieved Officer Warner at the above address, who was currently holding scene. Then I'm going to zoom in here. I was on scene for about 2 hours, until I was relieved by Officer Morris, who took over my duties. The following day, on 11/14, 2022, I learned that a sheath was found inside the apartment. He also learned that the sheath was tan in color and had a Marine Corps Eagle globe and anchor EGA symbol on the sheath. The words USMC were located under the EGA, and K-bar was above the EGA. I was tasked to follow up with businesses in town to see if that particular knife was sold there. Now, let me ask you guys a question. Why in the fuck would John Rowinski be tasked with such an important job, if you want my personal opinion, that we're going to give this to John Rowinski? If we want to keep it all hush-hush on what we have so it does not get out there, we're going to tell this John Rowinski freaking beat cop to go be the person that's going to go ask around about this sheath. Who gave him all of this description? Who told him all that? Let's check this out. He went to Walmart. Okay. So he says, follow up with businesses in town. See if that particular knife was sold there. I followed up with Tri-State Outfitters, Big Five Sporting Goods, Moscow Building Supply. Okay. Let me explain this to you. You did all these things, buddy? When? Why aren't there reports of each time that you went to each place and who you talked to? I want you guys to just think about this. Okay. This sheath is so important. So important that we need to make sure that we're documenting, okay, I'm going to make sure that I have hey, I'm going to this place, this place, this place, this place. This is who I talked to. This is when I was there. These are the sheets that they told me that they sold. Boom. And I'm being very specific because this is like, I mean, this is your woo, right? What time did he write this report up? So 1:55. So by 1:55 p.m. on the 14th, this man had visited 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 places. Each of the above stores does not sell a K-Bar brand knife. While at Walmart, I was speaking with a staff member, blank, name listed on tag, great, who was showing me the knives on display. She told me about 2 to 3 weeks ago, a white college-age male asked for a black ski mask that would cover his face. Blank was unable to provide much detail. Okay, ready? Do you want to know what they have at Walmart? They have something what you call cameras. Okay, so I'm going to go ask the manager, hey, how far back do your cameras go? Look at, they just weren't even interested in that. Hey, who's asking if to buy a mask and if it covers their face? You know? She was unable to provide me much detail other than he was taller than she was and maybe had tan skin complexion. Who gives a fuck what she can remember? Get your happy ass to the manager, the store manager. Tell them what obviously you're there for. And I mean, do you guys think that this is truly how those places would all be handled on the 14th? And this guy was able to write up his report by 1:55 p.m. on the 14th. Ding, ding, ding. You don't care who does what when you're going to take care of it. When you got this shit, right? You don't care who does what. If I was to read this report, I would be like, who did you talk to at these places? What intel am I gathering from this? If you were to receive this report, okay, you went to these places, who did you speak with at each place? Anybody go in there looking to try to buy one? How about other knives? Has anybody been in recently that anything can remember sticking out? Maybe we should get some surveillance from there. I mean, who knows? I mean, just, hey, Berwinski, go and do this for me. Woo! Okay, sounds great. Now, at 11:45, think about this now. So now we can eliminate something that, oh, wow, he did all of this before 11:45 a.m. So now we can chop this down to that he did all of that before 11:45 a.m. And we know, I mean, Walmart, what time does Walmart open? What time do these other places even open? So you got some stores that probably don't open until 10, 9. Walmart might be 24 hours. I don't fucking know. Okay. And now at 11:45, he goes and talks to Peyton. I don't know if he calls himself Rosie or Rozzy. And he has him come down to the substation. Is the Walmart there 24 hours? Okay. Perfect. And this guy is currently the president for the fraternity Beta Theta, I don't know, Pi, whatever the fuck they call themselves. I asked Rozzy, whatever, if he could walk me through what he did on the night of 11/12/2022 and the earlier morning of 11/13. He said that he was at 8:13. He was at a party. He said that he was at the treehouse. I told you guys where the treehouse was, which is right by where Linda Lane is, right on Taylor, right next to the Whites, which is an off-site campus house for the sorority. Okay. So that's how I figured out who all lived there. And it's a group of girls. This dude did not know the specific address, but said the house is near the Whites. Okay. He said at the party he saw Emily, who was there with her boyfriend, unknown name, Hunter. He said that was the only member of the blank that he could recognize at the party. He said that he left around 10 or 11. He said that he went back to his, wherever he went and watched a movie with blank and blank. And then he said he went to the corner club around 1:50 and he went there to pick up Jack Decor. These dudes. There you go. And he picked him up around 1:50. Said that they were alone and not with anybody. And he said that he dropped the three above individuals at their apartment off of King, and said after he dropped them off, he went back home. Wow. Okay. So he did all of that before 11:45, gets back and writes up his report basically right away. Zoop. The dudes that he dropped off at the King Road are Jack D and his roommates. Nathan, Jack Granger. People that he was hanging out with was Cameron Davis and Timmy Reed. Yeah, come get your facts here. Okay, so now let's go back to now at 11:14, that glove was outside by the trash. And so here we have Blaker, we have Vargas, okay? We have Bill Thompson, we have Ashley Jennings. We got everybody on scene. And so everybody's saying that they're walking around and they're looking for evidence. Timmy got beat up by the football players, by the way. Horrible. So on November 14th, Vargas here. She writes this at 10. Dan. So her and Blaker to observe the scene. I walked through the house. I walked through the house and around the house with other investigators looking for possible evidence. ISP investigators were on scene walking through for a second time, looking for additional evidence. I walked around the south side of 1122 King Road, up the backs up to the backyard area of 1122 King Road. I spoke with SG. It's not Steve Gonsalves. It's the guy that lives back where the Moyes. He lives with the Moyes. Okay. So this guy is just outside watching all of this. The Moyes person is just watching all of this. Like the guy that lives there, which who wouldn't be? Like, yes, I would be watching this too. So he's just outside, according to her, Danny. And so I spoke with him and asked for his permission to look through his backyard, which he said I could. So I'm going through his backyard along the fence line. And he told me he was a person who previously called dispatch to provide information about what he observed. There's no report of that. When? And he said, "Oh, okay, I will." She's like, "Okay, I'll come back and talk to you." I did not locate anything of interest in the backyard of the Walenta house, okay, or on the hillside behind 1122 King Road. I walked into 1122 King Road and looked through the house with other investigators. What kind of a sentence is this? So you go through the house here, then you're going off and doing that, and now you're going back into the house. Okay? Perfect. The following 4 evidence items were collected by ISP. This would be the second collection, and turned over to me on scene. ISP took photos of the items in the places they were collected from. I booked the following items into MPD evidence. A copy of the evidence property receipt relating to these items is attached electronically to the case file. Exhibit 57 is a rolled up $2 bill located on the desk in F2 bedroom northwest. Exhibit 58, blue powdered suspected drugs. Dude, it's Adderall, okay? Wah, wah, wah. Exhibit 59, blood sample west wall F2, which means floor 2, living room. So the west wall would be where the painting wall above the beverage cart or whatever you want to call it, like it's where the girls took the pictures and you could see behind them with those paintings. That's what I would think is the west wall of the living room. It has to be a wall that's the furthest wall that's going to be on the west side of the house. And then exhibit 60 is blood sample floor 3, bedroom 2, northwest wall. I spoke with the following people who live at Walenta. My conversations with SG, Matthew Moyer, and T. Moyer were recorded and are attached electronically to this case. Now, how nuts is this? Think about how nuts this is. This dude says, this SG guy, he says, "Hey, Danny Vargas, guess what? I woke up a couple of times on Saturday night. I looked at the clock. I saw it was 4:17. What? Interesting. And said after about 5 minutes of waking up, he heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. 4:17? 4:17? That is what time supposedly the thud is heard from the 1122 King Road cameras. Now, the reason this is significant, this is written up on 11/15. Supposedly, when they downloaded the audio, or I'm sorry, when they downloaded the videos from 11112, they weren't able to get the audio at first, supposedly. And so therefore, even if people were, friends were all talking to each other, maybe looking all at this shit, maybe people are all coming over like, oh my God, let's go through. How in the world is this guy really going to say, did this guy truly say 4:17 And if he did, like, that's kind of just like, wow, right? Like, woo. Like, what are the odds, right? 417. It's kind of like, what are the odds that you're writing up a report here in a second to talk about. Now, this would be all on the same day that she's like, I got to get Officer Payne. I got to still go get the videos from 1-1 or from Land Lane, go through all these and flag down Payne. You know, just think about everything that's going on. So I heard a dog barking outside from the direction of 1122 King Road. Said it was ongoing, in and out of sleep. And after about an hour, around 5 o'clock, he still heard the dog barking outside. And now this is where Hippler's like, listen, the door was open and that dog was not brought in by a human. Murphy just went back through the door that was open, okay? And managed to not get blood on the dog at all. Well, that's, you know, just voila, who cares? Woohoo! It's all just, it's fine. So he's talking about the dog. So he still heard the dog barking. He said that his bedroom is on the far, you know where it's at, blah, blah, blah. And he told me that he has lived there since January and he has never or not heard the dog barking outside before in the middle of the night. Like, so it just never has happened before. He next spoke to Matthew. Now, Matthew, they've called for the noise complaints, remember. Matthew told me on the 13th, he woke up around 2:30 and he left the house around 3. Okay. So, here you go. 3, where is it at? He said that he had an extended training day and it lasted about 12 hours. He works at BW3s. There is not a single report in the 314 pages of anybody speaking to anybody at BW3s, just to make sure that this was going on. I used to own a bar. I've never done a training with my staff at 3 o'clock in the morning. The fuck? I'm about to call BW3s right now and say, you guys do training at 3 a.m.? I would just think that would be just a disaster. Whatever. He was at BW3s and his training was until 6 p.m. Sure, okay. And yeah. But he left around 2 or 3. He did not hear the dog barking. So now do you guys remember Bethany saying that Maddie was like, hey, Bethany, do you have the dog? I can't find the dog. Murphy's missing. Well, do you guys think that Maddie and Kaylee would go to bed without finding the dog? Oh, we're just gonna go to sleep. So someone with brain would be like listening to this and hearing this and thinking to themselves, wow, okay, so wouldn't Maddie and Kaylee be like, I don't know, outside looking for the, I mean, they wouldn't be looking for the dog inside, right? Like, where would they be looking for their dog? Outside or inside? And this supposedly started at 2:30. Between 2:30 and 3, according to Bethany. That, you know, Maddie, remember Maddie called her phone at 2:53. I just don't, I wouldn't be looking inside my home for my dog if my dog was missing. And now, why would Maddie ever ask Bethany, hey, do you have Murphy? What? I just left you from outside and came inside. Why would I have Murphy? I don't know. I can't find Murphy. And then Maddie's just like, or Bethany's just like, okay, sounds good. Have a good night. Okay. Awesome. Okay, so let's go back to Payne here. This is Payne's walkthrough. Okay, first of all, he says that at approximately 1600 hours, him and Sergeant Blaker arrive at the house to assist with scene security processing. Upon our arrival, first of all, they don't go into the area of the house until 5:07, according to the logs. So that means they would have just been outside the house for an hour and 7 minutes. Okay, so again, if he doesn't go, he's writing it down that he arrives on scene at 4 o'clock. We have the logs, and that Payne does not go inside that house until 5:07. So for an hour and 7 minutes, they're just chilling outside the house. So when he says when he arrives, the forensic team was on scene and they were preparing to begin processing the scene. Officer Smith, one of the initial responding officers to the incident, advised he would walk me through the scene. Again, this is where he's saying I could see a bed. He is the only person that says that there was a bed in there. This is where I'm getting to. Ready? He is the only person that says that there was a bed in there. In fact, other reports will surface saying that there was not a bed in that room. And this is significant. This is very significant. Again, in this bedroom that was on the first floor, not Bethany's, he is saying that he saw a bed in there and it had covers. Okay. You can go through this whole entire report. You are not going to find a single person that says that there was a bed in that room other than Payne. I followed Officer Smith down the hall where there was a small bathroom. Next to the small bathroom to the east was what I later learned was a utility closet. This closet had a pin code style lock and was secured. They never report on opening it and seeing what was in it. Crazy. Now her room, he says the room had normal clothes. What's normal clothes? How about just clothes, period? Why would you say normal clothes? Wouldn't you just say the room had clothes? I've never heard, like, why would you say normal clothes? Have you ever heard that term before? This bedroom had normal clothes. This room had normal clothes. Again, because you have to read what he was saying up here. The room that was the other room on the first level, the room did not appear to have been occupied by anyone, as I did not see any clothes. But here he's talking about, hey, we have normal clothes, at least in Bethany's room, and personal items but otherwise did not seem out of the ordinary. Officer Smith and I then walked upstairs to the second floor. The stairs ended in a small living room. There was a sectional style couch. Along the east and south wall. So we know what he's referring to then, the east and south wall. So it's like the couch is like this, which would be south. What? South is over here. This is north. That's east. What the fuck is he talking about? So, okay, he's going, okay. This is west, this is east, so it's north is over here, south. South and east. That's why I'm saying the wall that had the blood is right here where the paintings were. And then the beer pong table is kind of like right up against that. So that's where the blood was on that wall. Okay, that's right. Now let's get to right. Officer Smith then took me through the house and pointed out Dylan's bedroom, which was situated on the southeast side of the second floor of the house. Mortensen's bedroom door opened to the kitchen area, as well as the staircase which led to the third floor. Upon my brief visual inspection, that's like code word right there. He is qualifying himself. He's qualifying himself for the future. Did he say any other room so far that he gave a brief inspection? Nope. But this one, he wants to say that, hey, that was really brief in there. He's qualifying himself. Mortensen's room was disheveled, but did not appear to have any blood or evidence of a struggle within. I then followed Officer Smith upstairs to the third floor. Now, the bedroom on the west side of the floor was later determined to be Kaylee's. This room appeared neat and picked up. The only thing of note was the sheets on the bed were pulled back in a manner which suggested someone had been laying in the bed. Okay, remember we all said this when we looked at the photos and we were like, listen, Kaylee's room looked like exactly what he's describing, and so it looked like somebody had attempted to go to bed in that bedroom. Okay? So now think about this. If Murphy ran off, I'm asking Bethany, hey, do you have the dog? No. Okay. Kaylee, I'm going to go tell Kaylee about this, right? Because Kaylee was getting ready for bed. Kaylee comes down, like they start making phone calls to Jack D because they can't find the dog. And in fact, Maddie even called Jack D. And in fact, Maddie then at 2:53 in the morning calls Bethany again. After Bethany said, hey, Maddie actually came down to my room and said, do you have the dog? And so at 2:53, MM calls BF. Then Officer Payne says that, which suggests someone had been laying in the bed and then gotten out of it. So exactly what we're saying happened, right? This was like somebody had gotten into the bed, right? And then they had gotten out of the bed. Officer Smith then pointed out a small bathroom on the east side of the third floor. This bathroom shared a wall with Madison's bedroom. As I entered this bedroom, I could see two females in the single bed. See, in the single bed. Now, I've always wondered if you're talking about, is the bed a single size bed? Okay. Or are you just referring to the fact that there's just one bed in the room? What do you guys think? I could see 2 females in the single bed. The reason I ask this is because Ethan, the bed in Xana's room was situated. Does it say the single bed, the double bed, the full bed, the queen bed, the king, the California king? The reason I think it's important is because if he would be thinking like anybody else would be thinking, which is, why would these 2 girls be in a single bed? Even if they wanted to sleep in the same bed, why wouldn't they sleep in the bigger bed? Right? So I would think that he's qualifying this as a single bed because he thinks that that's interesting. That's my take. I have no idea though. It is a very tiny bedroom. So anyways, the bed was situated along the north wall of the bedroom, and both females, later identified, were laying on their backs with their heads towards the east and their feet towards the west. Okay. The reason I think that this matters is if it is in fact like a twin, like a single bed, twin bed, maybe he just doesn't know how to say that, but if it is in fact a twin bed, like, then how, to see this sheath would just be woo, you know? So now something that was not in the probable cause affidavit was this highlighted sentence. I also later noticed what appeared to be a tan leather knife sheath lying on the bed next to Mogan's right side when viewed from the door. I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. Do you want to know why he had to say that and write that? Because Blaker didn't see it. Right? I remained in the room for a moment and then proceeded back outside. Now remember, he writes this up. He feels comfortable to write this up on 12/4/2022. Why wouldn't you write this up before then? Then I remained on scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs. First of all, that's absolutely not true. Because the logs don't say that. I mean, who was keeping track? Because what is he speaking about? Let me show you why this could not be true. Okay. Here you go. Officer Smith recording entries. So pain, 5'10". Ashley Jennings. Ashley. We all fall down. Morris relieves Noonan's. This is just who's standing by the door. 9:15. Morris relieved. What's going on here? See, it says they exited, they entered. You go through all this. What does he mean that he just keeps on walking through? You're just trampling the scene? When did you do that? On that day? I'm just curious. I remained on scene and conducted several more thorough walkthroughs of the scene with the ISP forensic team, the Latah County Coroner, and the Latah County Prosecutor. Upon receipt of the search warrant prepared by Officer Noonan's, the ISP forensic team, Gilbertson, he processed the scene and collected an initial 56 pieces of evidence. The ISP team turned these items over to me that evening. I transported them to the MPD temporary evidence storage. Now, on the morning of 11/14/2022, I booked the items into MPD evidence with the help of evidence custodian. And this is the only way that you can ever argue that something could have happened, okay? And these 56 items so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Now it says 17 through 43. Okay. So, well, I don't even think we really need to do that. Do you guys just see how it goes up to 52? We're missing 5 things being talked about. I mean, am I losing my mind? Right? How many do you see there? 52. But actually, item number 1. Where is item 53? Where is item 54? Where is item 56? And where is item 1? Now, when you okay, this starts the report for everybody that would be starting to come on scene. So like the call at 11:58, and then it works your way this way. And so I went through to see who was actually dispatched, what time they arrived. So the M170 badge is Noonan's, Warner. So this is them and what they're saying. So when Noonan says over the radio that think we have a homicide, that was at 12:01 and some change. So then, so 12:01, 12:02 and 5 seconds. This is Gunderson is the 113. So it says en route. 170, 113. He arrived. Smith, 12:07, assisting. Snyder arrived 12:09. So I'm going through this. And this is why Ann Taylor had an issue, because she's like, well, here we go. This is Kaylee's car, is the VIN number right here. And it's not actually registered to her, so I have a problem with that. Dollinger, 12:48 and 39 seconds. 146 is different. That's that John dude when he first arrives. Look at that. Not till 2:52 on 11:13. So 15. So this is when they were basically done for the night. Around 11 and some change in here. And then everything else would just be security. And these are the only people that used the radio. And I said, no Blaker, no Payne. You got Casey Green, Jay Waters, Rosendahl, Morris, Rosinski, Dollinger, Tyson Barrett, Snyder, Smith, Gunderson, Warner. That's why Ann Taylor was asking for certain things. So item 1, CD pictures. This is one of the first arrivals. Snyder, who took all the pictures. That's what they're saying is item 1. It's the CD. That's what that is. Now, do you see how it starts here at then item 56? $54, 55, 54, 53, 52, 51. See how it's going backwards then? So in order to figure out what he didn't write down, meaning Payne, he, you'd go through here. And does Payne say anything about a silver laptop? See, like a laptop. Dell. Latex gloves. Anyways, all these swabs. Remember, that's 17 through 43. So, oh, well, then just we'll work backwards. Plaster foot cast. Like I said, boom. Somebody broke their foot. I think a bunch of people signed it. Cell phone. Then the reason that they were clocked in on these days or on this day is because, as he told you, he collected the item and then it went into the temporary evidence room. and he doesn't tag these items until the next day. So when people are reading this and they're like, I told you they didn't find the sheath until later. No. They found the sheath on day 1. It was put in temporary holding. But what I'm trying to say now is that anybody that would actually have access to be able to get into the temporary holding, could you sub out that? Sure the fuck you could. I'm just saying, you want to talk about corruption? Look at the Karen Reed case. Look at the Karen Reed case. But it was all accurate in terms of like the reason that these weren't tagged until that day is because that's when the evidence tape was written up for the item. So these 2 phones, in my opinion, have to have blood on them. Notice how there's only 2 phones here? The 56 first items. Blood sample, powder, money, game bags, bedding, iPad. Okay, now let's look. After that, then these would be the items. Well, 56. Yeah, okay. So let's see what else we have. DVDs. Now look at this. Phone. So now we're up to 4. Receipts. SD card. Oh, no, wait, hold on. I don't want to go that. I want to just focus on these ones. And I want to go backwards like this. Because this would be like another here. Right sock, left sock, jewelry, DNA, blood card. Drying out, probably. Then this is what you're getting from the autopsy. So I'm interested why they wanted that knife. Receipts, phone, DVDs. Then on the 16th, and then all of this stuff on the 17th, which was the day after the day of the autopsy, they entered into evidence by tagging these items. So after the first initial 56, then from the scene or wherever they got these items, wherever they were taken from, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, could have come from the house, it could have come from anywhere. We don't know. And then everything pretty much that's all on the 17th are going to be items, it seems like, from the autopsy. So, which coincides with the date of the autopsy, and you can see what they are. So, let's go to Vargas's. I haven't gone over the autopsy on the channel yet, so it coincides with what I want to show. Now, at the press conference on the 16th, Chief Fry said that they were doing the autopsy, I thought, that next day or that day. She writes this up on 11/21. So on November 16th at approximately 7:45 a.m., Latah County Coroner Kathy Mabut and I attended the 4 autopsies for, they went to Spokane. Tolson was supposed to go. Oh, here he is. Gary Tolson, a detective with ISP, observed 3 of the autopsies as he arrived after the autopsy for Ethan was performed. So Kaylee's, I'll show you what I think is interesting. Okay. Because her family would be able to like tell you things about. So silver earring, only 1. Tell me they collected the other silver earring. The reason I ask, because if somebody had, like, I don't know, pulled it out other than her, there could be potentially DNA on that. No? Yes? Anyway, she only had 1 silver earring. Sock, 1. And it was white Adidas. I don't know if Keely had eyelashes in or on, whatever. So I put that as a note because I'd have to go back and look at pictures, but did she have eyelashes? Were those real? Did she have next? The heck? Here we go. Neck swabs. See false eyelashes. Hair tie black. Would love to know if that was on your like a wrist or if that was in her hair. See false lashes. The reason I asked, do people just sleep in their, right? They just sleep in them. You take them out. How does that work? Yes, but do you sleep in them? Silver rings 3. Do people go to sleep with their rings on? I don't. Do you guys? Point of the matter is that do I think that they're in bed going to sleep? Um Okay, Xana. She's the first person to have a thigh swab. Foot bag. Sweatshirt, Under Armour, gray. Underwear, Calvin Klein. So what is that? All that Xana was dressed in all black. Xana wasn't in all black. Trace evidence, left hand. Trace evidence from so no rings, no earrings. And then all of the above items were released to me by 11. Okay. At approximately 1949. Forearm. This is Ethan. Trace evidence. Necklace, bracelet. Socks, 2. As part of the autopsy, major crimes prints were taken from each of the victims. And then she typed up, what else did she put in here? At the conclusion of the 4 autopsies, she met with Kathy Mabutt, Gary Tolson, and myself and told us the following. Ethan Chapin's fatal injury was from a stab wound under his left clavicle, which severed. Ethan only had sharp force injuries, no blunt force trauma. I personally believe that Ethan was passed out, like heavily from, like any other college kid drinking. Xana's fatal injuries were from 1 laceration in her right lung and 2 lacerations in her heart. Are you kidding me? That had 50 plus stab wounds, mostly defensive. Xana only had sharp forced injuries, no blunt force trauma. I don't know how, if she had no blunt force trauma, that means there was nothing restricting. I mean, I guess my question I would ask her is, would she be able to be screaming or saying anything? Maddie's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. How was she not? I mean, how would nobody be able to hear? Like, I don't understand. Kaylee's fatal injuries included a left lung laceration, a liver laceration, 2 subdural bleeds, and a stab, which cut her. Keely had signs of sharp force injuries. Asphyxial injuries and blunt force injuries. Keely had 20 plus stab wounds. Do you notice how none of them are saying that they're defensive? Do you want to know what that would tell me? If none of them, like, I mean, am I missing something there? That would mean like that I couldn't use my hands. That would tell me that, like, jeez. Let me see Zan's again. See, it had 50 plus stab wounds, and then coming after that would be mostly defensive. So, like, here, you would expect them to see some type of, like, okay, what do we got? Kaylee had 20 plus stab wounds, and then period. I would just think that if you don't have, I mean, does she have any defensive wounds? Because that would tell me that you were unable to defend yourself. So how does somebody Maddie, fatal injuries, including a left lung laceration and a liver laceration. Maddie only had sharp first. I mean, or this could just be Vargas's shitty way of like relaying this, but I would think that this could potentially have been like typed up and then she just like copy cut and pasted it. And then doctor said that the weapon used was not serrated, single edged, very sharp. When was this written up? Very sharp. And said a lot of force was used by the suspect. A lot of force. I will be uploading doctor's final autopsy report to the case file when they are completed. On November 16th at approximately 1955 hours, I drove from Spokane medical examiners to the FBI office located, it's in Coeur d'Alene, and met with Special Agent Bryant Gunnarsson. Several of the clothing items collected during the autopsies were still wet and needed to dry in evidence dryers overnight. Gunnarsson and I placed the following items in two separate dryers, dryer 1 and dryer 2, in their evidence room. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh, God. And I released the items to S.A. Gunnarsson. S.A. Gunnarsson signed for the items on 11/16/2022 at approximately 21:02 hours. The items belonging to Kaylee and Maddie were placed into dryer 1, and the items belonging to Ethan and Xana were placed into dryer 2. T-shirt, pants. Okay, if that sock was still needing to dry out, think about that. Is that a sock that's on somebody? Oh. A sock needing to dry out. T-shirts, pants. Maddie needed the handbags. Short sleeve shirt, pink pants. Okay. Xana needed the handbag, the foot bag, the sweatshirt. Oh wait, did any of the nobody had bras on, right? Okay, so no bras. No bras. And no underwear for Kaylee Maddie. Okay. I transported the remainder of the evidence items back to MPD and placed them in the evidence fridge in the MPD evidence room. On November 17th in the morning, I drove to the FBI office located, okay, you did, and met with the special agent. Oh my gosh. So just get back in the car, drive down out there, picking up the stuff. I removed the dried items from dryer 1 and dryer 2 and packaged them back into their original bags. I collected 2 additional items from S.A. Gunderson. One bag which contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag from dryer 1, and one bag which contained the drop sheet, filter, and security tag for number 2. Perfect. Good job. And then what'd you do? Okay, so that should be 2 new sheets. Let's see. Gunderson released the items to me on 11/17 at approximately 11:28 hours. So, okay, on November 16th, she's out of commission, not able to do anything. Then on November 17th, the basically beginning of her day, she's not able to do anything. I worked with it and booked it in all the shit. Okay, good. Nice, nice, nice. Where's the drop down dryer sheet? Perfect. All right. So after the autopsy is done, this is what then they deem as critical. $213. Okay. So swab camera on the 18th. Swab camera. Okay, I know what that's from. Now check this out. That is Okay. Vargas. On the day of the autopsies, on November 16, 2022, I transported the 4 cell phones belonging to at 7 o'clock in the morning. That means she would have had to leave Moscow at 5:30 a.m. to have gotten these cell phones there at 7. Okay. Because then on the 16th, remember, she's going to be in Spokane to do the autopsy. Our girl, Vargas, we're going to track her ass. Going to pin her tits to the flow. So when does she write this up? 11/21. So she writes it up the same day that she wrote up the autopsy. At 14:18. Okay. And so then on November 17th at approximately 12:49, this would have been, remember, she goes to the FBI and she has to pick up the stuff that she left in the dryer from the November 16th. So at approximately 12:49, I picked up the cell phones from Detective Taylor at CDA PD. And brought them back to MPD and gave them back to Detective Mowry. So we're going to talk about how soon they could have possibly had it in their possession. On November 15th, Mowry got a phone call from Steve. I received an email or call, whatever, from Steve, the father of Kaylee. He stated that he had access to some of Kaylee's messages and phone calls. Steve stated he would have blank, blank, blank contact me about those files. I'm guessing his daughter. I was able to speak to Olivia, and she sent me various files, including an image from the spokesman review showing a camera on a nearby residence. Text messages between, oh my God. Oh my God. That picture, though, shows that the cops got it. The light bulb was out. He also said, hey, I got these text messages between Kaylee and her Uber driver, a recent phone call list, and videos from the grub truck. I attached these files to the case file. The communication between Kaylee and was located on Decor's phone examination, and the Twitch feed was previously downloaded, so they had already gotten that. Again, this is on November 17th, or this is on November 15th, I'm sorry. In the image showing the camera, it was found that residents, look, what are these people can't spell to save their lives. It was found that residence was at 1112 King Road. It was found. Who? When? The SD card from the camera was brought to the Moscow Police Department, but was the file system, who brought it? The SD card from the camera. Look at this shit. Who? It was, but the file system of the card was not recognized by any of the forensic computers. The card was returned to the owner and reinstalled in the camera. When? Who? When? Okay. Remember how Ann Taylor said that there was admissibility issues with the 1112 camera? This is what she's talking about. This is to preserve any potential evidence on the camera. Or I'm sorry, we have to go back here. On November 17th, Officer John Browinski recontacted the owner of the camera, PC, via phone. What do you mean recontacted? Hang on. Liars. Liars. To preserve potential ice, if you can go. He said that she was out of town, but sent a video to Officer Lindsay showing a figure walk to the dumpster and appear to look inside. Fucking idiots. To preserve. Now, this would be the dumpster. That's this one. That's not the Linda Lane. Okay, to preserve any potential evidence on the camera, I asked Blank if we could seize the entire device, including the SD card, to which she stated yes. She said that she would be back in Moscow until approximately November. I directed Blank to contact me when she returns. Look at this. I would not be there back until approximately November 28th. Hey, can you contact me when you return? They basically asked this broad for fucking, hey, can we just go in your house, please? Okay. This is wrong. Remember, we talked about this. This did not happen on this day, and these items didn't exist yet. The glove didn't exist yet. This swab here didn't exist yet. This one didn't exist yet. Like, this shit didn't exist on November 18th. So on November 18th, Dollinger couldn't have done this. He was to transport evidence to the state lab. So this would have been like really important shit that, hey, we want to go get tested. Okay. And he's saying that on November 18th, he took the glove that wasn't found, though, until the 24th. Remember? So I'm like, fuck, this is not right. Like, none of this could have happened on the 18th. And no, it did not happen on the 28th because it's impossible to make it and write a report by noon. It's a 5.5 hour drive one way. It's 11 hours. Then if you're 15 minutes on stop to go there, 15 stop, and then you actually have to deal with the people. Bullshit. He wrote this up on 11/29. I'm going to show you this lie. Mowry wrote this up on 11/29. On November 17th, I began to receive data from the cell phone providers in responses to warrants served on them. So I began. That means nothing before this date. Murders on November 13th. At approximately 13:52, 1:52 in the afternoon, I received an email from informing the files from Verizon from the requested phone call detail records and tower dump data was ready to be downloaded. I logged into so you're not even able to look at anything yet. I logged into the share file portal and downloaded the corresponding files. I completed the warrant return receipt and affidavit. This document was sent to the Latell County Prosecutor's Office to be returned to the court. I also emailed a copy to the Verizon. Then after Verizon, at approximately 3:30, I received an email from that's the tower. This is the dump of Inland Cellular. This email included files containing the data requested regarding the tower dump. I completed the perfect, awesome. At approximately the same time, I received an email from AT&T. Everything just came all in at once, right? Fuck out of here. This is all fucking bullshit. Informing that the AT&T for the requested phone call detailed records and tower dump data. I logged into the Global Legal Demand Center portal and downloaded the corresponding files. I said, ready? Bullshit. God, they try to cover it so bad. At first glance, oh, you got it from the Global Legal Demand. Okay. Until you actually read the search warrants. FBI did timing advanced. And you can't get timing advanced through Global Legal Demand. That's why I highlighted this to show that the dates on. Okay. On November 18th, I received 2 emails from T-Mobile. Okay. So all right, November 17th and 18th is when you would have got that. Now we're looking at, okay, wow, we're looking at 3,800 AT&T numbers. On November 13th, during the interview process, Dylan's, Bethany, JD, Emily, and MC, which is Macy Chapin. their phones were extracted. When he wrote this up, look at when Maury wrote this up on 11/30/2022. Okay. He still, so a forensic examination on the phones will be completed at my earliest convenience. It hasn't been done yet. On 11/30, you have no interest in. So on November 13th, I was directed to interview potential witnesses in regards to the incidences at the house. Okay. I received signed consent forms from these people. I was informed by Corporal Brett Payne. So-and-so provided verbal consent for her phone to be extracted. The phones were extracted using the following forensic software. Upon completion of the extraction, the phones were returned to their owners as promptly as possible. Well, when? Like that day. So the data extracted was saved to a computer located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. Now, this was wrote on 11/30. You did this on 11/13. You clearly wrote reports before this one, but this is one of the first things that you did in the case. And you still, at the time of writing this up, you still have not even looked and to examine what the actual downloads consisted of. You have no idea anything, any comments that anybody has made to you, where they said they were, what time they did this, who they were texting, who they were calling. That's what this is claiming. No verification. That has, I mean, how about this? Why was this not important? This is insane. But it's showing you, okay, so when you're talking about like this tower dump, how do you even know? I mean, their phones are GPS with some of those apps. How do you even know if they were where they said that they were? Because the extraction here, that's where you're going to have your, everything's going to be like in an Excel spreadsheet almost, it kind of looks like, but not really. And it's just, I mean, these reports can be anything between 1,000 pages. I mean, for example, Jennifer Drake's was like 30,000 pages I went through. The phones were returned that day, you guys, but I'm talking about the data inside of them. When he is saying that he did not look at them, for a forensic examination on the phones will be completed at my earliest convenience. What, so that's not important. Okay. Time of the crime. How are you getting that without their phones to see, like, even if you're going to say that you believe them, their phones have the text messages in them. Do they think it was just fine that they just, oh, here, let me look at your phone. Okay, yeah, that's when your text messages started. That's not anything that's in the recordings or that's being authored in these reports that you sat there and went through. In fact, nobody told you on the 13th that they were texting during the event. So when you went ahead and did your tower dump to say, hey, we went from 3 to 5, where'd that come from? No verification. I mean, what the fuck? Okay. Then I just want to show you what they were doing. So all those search warrants that we always went through, they were obtaining stuff and they were just storing it. Okay. So he wrote this up on 12/1. And he's saying on November 18th, I applied for and was granted for this, this is what he's doing. But don't worry about it because none of this shit matters. All this shit, all these search warrants. On November 25th, I received an email from Apple saying the data for the iCloud account associated with this was available. Great, awesome. Do you see how it's just like, this is when I received these. I received an email from Apple saying that the data for this iCloud account associated with this were available to download. I downloaded the links to the files and began downloading the files to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab at the Moscow Police Department. Period. That's it. With all these things. I completed the warrant return, receipt, and affidavit. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office. I also emailed the copy. That's it. It was just done. Okay, ready for this? Now back to the phones. On December or November 15th, Maury, he reaches out to Detective David Taylor of the Coeur d'Alene Police Department with a request for an agency assist. I requested assistance from unlocking the cell phone of Kaylee, Maddie, Santa, and Ethan. So he need to, do you guys see that? Unlocking the cell phone of all of them. I emailed Detective Taylor a copy of the signed warrant describing the phones as being searchable. On November 16th, the phones were transported to the CDA Police Department for a forensic force attempt to unlock them. However, Detective Taylor stated he was not able to extract any information from the locked phones, and the phones were not supported for the brute force PIN code extraction. Now, this is what Vargas transported. The phones were then returned to the Moscow Police Department on November 17th. I then asked for assistance from Tyson Barrett in attempting to gain PIN codes from the family members to access the data on the devices. Now remember, these are the ones from the victims. Okay, the ones that were done with everybody that was there as a witness. Okay, they unlocked their phones and then they were downloaded like that. So now the victims' 4 phones, they're all, either out of battery or like in a locked position where you have to enter in a passcode or like your face or something like that. So here on so he reaches out. The PIN codes provided for Kaylee's phone did not unlock the device. The other ones were successful. And then I'm over here asking a question, which is what day On the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I performed an advanced logical extraction. Now, if you ask a forensic digital expert how this should be handled, like the defense's expert that they brought in right here, Tom Slavinsky. They also brought in Josiah Roloff. And he wrote a little book here. So if the phone is locked, oh yes, he says, the bad guys do know how to stop you from looking inside their phones. Sometimes they will destroy the screen so there is no display of the data, yet others have found easy ways to just put a password on the phone. So what do you do? My advice is this. If it's locked, ... stop. Do not try and play with the phone. Okay? And please don't take the suspect's word that the password he supplied is genuine. Many of them know that if you put the wrong password in the phone, after a short time, the phone will wipe itself. What? The best you can do with a locked phone is to put it in a Faraday bag or tin foil and send it to the lab. Let the lab rats have at it. It is not worth your time. I love the way he writes this book. He's like, this is for dummies. Locked, stop. The potential for destroying data is great when a password is involved. Let the lab have the phone and use your time for other worthwhile areas in your investigation. Chapter 7 here. How to get the evidence. Everyone wants push-button forensics. No one wants to spend hours extracting data from a cell phone. We want it now, and we want it fast, he says. Unfortunately, as we've previously noted, there is not one piece of forensic software in existence that will get every piece of data. But that does not mean we throw our hands up and leave the phone alone. We at least have to take a chance and retrieve what we can. So what if I told you that there is what if I told you that there is one tried and true method universally accepted to and with the courts that will obtain data off of a cell phone? Would you be interested? How much would you be willing to give? You ready? That device is a digital camera. Disappointed? Don't be. This method is still highly recommended and encouraged all over the world in the acquisition of data from a cell phone. Secret. It's what we examiners use in the lab when there is nothing else. I call it the punt method. Basically, you need to record what you do. Okay. Anyway, so let's go back over here what he tries to do. He fucks it all up. So November, where was this at? Okay. On the 3 devices I was able to unlock, I performed advanced logical extractions on the devices at the Moscow Police Department. A report for each device will be completed separately. Will be. I said, why wouldn't you do a full file extraction? Why wouldn't you do a full file extraction? On November 20th, a full file system extraction. Oh my God. I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the three. What? What? What are you? Wait, what? Let me show you that that is not what you're supposed to do. Okay. You would have just done the full file system. Why would you do the logical? Every time that you go to plug a phone in and do anything like this, you have the potential of losing data. So this was Brian Kober's expert witness, Tom. Tom is the owner of Cellular Forensics LLC, located in South Carolina. As a former law enforcement detective and now private forensic examiner, Tom brings over 25 years of law enforcement and investigation experience to the table. Tom was a sergeant with a large metropolitan sheriff's department and member of the forensic division while serving. Awesome. Tom specializes in mobile phone data recovery and acquisitions, cell tower analysis, and mobile spyware discovery. Tom also enthusiastically endeavors to train and inform judges, law enforcement, attorneys, and other investigative professionals on the importance and value of cell phone data recovery. Federal, state, and local law enforcement officials nationwide have attended his classes. Tom's articles on cellular forensics and mobile spyware have been published internationally. In addition, Tom is noted speaker and consultant in the field of cellular forensics and mobile security throughout the USA. So he made this little book, and it's just it's funny. So, homie here, from everything that I've researched, you wouldn't want to do it like this. So, on November 17th, November 15th, November 16th, him putting in a passcode and it not being right, it's not good. He performed an advanced logical extraction. And then on November 20th, I again requested the assistance of Detective Taylor in gaining a full file system extraction on the 3 unlocked devices. The phones were then delivered back to CDA Police Department on November 21st, 2022. On November 22nd, 2022, Detective Taylor stated that he would not be able to complete the extractions. And I'm like, why? On November 23rd, I went to the CDA Police Department and picked up the phones. I then took them to the Post Falls Police Department and spoke with Neil Urig. Detective Urig informed me that his forensic tools would not support a full file system extraction. On November 25th, again, these are all the victims' phones here. So on November 25th, he took it then to this Walla Walla detective, Chris, and I said, did you tell her that you did this advanced logical? Like, what information did you pass along there? But anyway, she said that she would be able to that she had the forensic tools, would be able to support full file system extractions on the unlocked devices, and would be able to complete limited extraction on Kaylee's locked phone. I left the phones with detective to be extracted on November 28th. So think about this. They are not in any of these phones for a full system, nothing. They had that the Cellbrite for that was for 3 of them. So Kaylee's, nobody would have been able to even look at the Cellbrite because they hadn't been able to do anything with it yet. So on November 28th, the phone extractions were completed and ready to be picked up. On November 29th, Detective Justin Dean picked up the phones and returned them to the Moscow Police Department. I received the 4 devices and placed them in the secure computer forensic lab. The extracted data was copied to the forensic computers and verified by hash values, which is important. But you guys see the date there? Okay. So I make a note here that no device info could be known before 11/29/2022, with the exception of which I know that he's not, because he said that he would make another report, and there was never a report done. As far as Maori, like doing anything and reviewing the material. Now, back to November 18th, I applied and was granted a Geofence warrant for any data associated with anonymized information located within the following latitude and longitude points. There was 4 of them. So where would you put your 4 points if you were an investigator on this case? The crime scene. Corner club. The border of Moscow and Pullman. When you're coming in from airport, the 270. And then the other way to leave out. That's what I would do. I'm covering my two possible entry points, exit points. I'm covering the crime scene, and I'm covering the corner club. I think within the crime scene, you're going to have the corner club if anybody was there that shouldn't have been there. So I don't know what longitude, latitude they picked, but off the rip for me, that's what I would do. Now, first time we see Special Agent Nick Balance's name is in this report that is written up on 12/5/2022. Again, remember I said, I don't know what's with that date, 12/4/2022. They just felt so comfortable to be like, okay, we can start writing up these reports, and we're going to write them up certain ways. So, and so not only do they have this tower dump, which it was originally a half a mile within the towers, and then they expanded it to 2. But then they also do the Geofence. It's on the same day. He's saying that Nick Balance serves the warrant, which is basically almost at midnight. And now Eastern Standard Time, depending on where this was served. It's going to be into the next day. On November 20th, Special Agent Balance received notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. The data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic computer lab. Based on the information received and in correlation with the cell tower records. Now, what we've come to find out during the investigation is that AT&T alone, 3,800 timing advanced records were produced of people within this tower dump for AT&T. And just to put this in perspective, they just were interested in two. So based on that, on the tower dumps and the geofence, there was 2 of the anonymous identifiers were found to be of interest. Those identifiers were blank and blank. One of them is Molly McMichael. The other one is who? Now, if you want to go and put any stock into what Steve Gonsalves has said, and when he said something about Brian was going to pin this on a fallen veteran, okay, could this second have anything to do with Brent Kapaka? But we find out that the one belongs to Molly, and we have no idea who the other one belongs to, but we will find out. But out of all of those numbers, out of every device, these were the only 2 that they're saying were of interest. Some say that Coles was interest. Maybe Jack Showalters was of interest. So, anyways, and they determine that this was of interest here, November 20th. So when you're doing like your timeline now, so again, what happens between? So we know that nothing's being used with like the phones. When is Dylan and Bethany being re-interviewed? And it's on November 17th and 16th. So on November 20th, Maury's like, I applied and was granted a warrant for any data associated with the previous identifiers, including subscriber information. So you're going to get their name. But hey, Balance served that with, he assisted in that. And then on November 20th at approximately 10:14 p.m., the warrant was served via email. And then on November 20th, Special Agent Balance received notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. What? What? Okay. Look at this. November 20th, 10:14. There's only 1 hour and 45 minutes. Between the two. Hey, we got it. Okay, the data files were downloaded to the forensic computers located in the secure forensic. Don't you think this would have been done way earlier? Like basically, I would just love to know if these returns were really from like you doing this, Maury, or if it was already done before. I don't know, but hey, we'll just go with face value here. Sure. Okay, so he's at work at midnight, downloading. Special valid received notice of the data was available. The data files were downloaded in the forensic computers located. Okay. It was found one of the identifiers came back to the phone number blank. See, that they don't even mention where the other one. And see, when you're writing this up on 12/5, this should just tell you that by the time he writes this up, that other number, for whatever reason, like why are you just mentioning that? Like, what came back? Why are you leaving off what came back? Report on the whole thing. How are you tailoring your reports? Like, how are you excluding shit in your reports? I don't understand that. There's no way that you only got information on one of the requests. So this is where Ann Taylor was like writing up her discoveries and be like, okay, supplemental request, number one is I need, hey, what's this? Where's this other, what other number? What other name? What came back? What was the other number? And then if they want to play dumb, then you're going to say, hey, I need the returns. Well, give me just all the search warrant returns. And Ann Taylor probably did that. Then she's over here like playing 52 card pickup, like she said, and everything's all over the place because everything was, it wasn't how they said that they got it. So there's just bits and crumbles and pieces, and Maury and all of them, they're looking at each other like, we don't have it. What do you mean you don't have it? What do you mean you don't have the search warrant return? What the fuck are you talking about? Give me the email with all the stuff that you press download in that full file folder and send it to me. Oh God. So, whatever. I completed the warrant return, receipt, and affidavit. These documents, see how it says this right here? I completed the warrant return, receipt, and affidavit. Yep. I need to see all that because it's probably going to have that number too. These documents were sent to the Latah County Prosecutor's Office, and boom. I also emailed a copy to Google. So, how many people out there use your Google email? I'll tell you what this does. If you have a Google email and it's on your phone and you use the app, right? Did you guys know that if you have Gmail on your phone and it's an app, you will literally get like every friggin' like so many seconds, it'll like pinpoint your phone latitude and longitude. So imagine, I don't know, since they were just doing it for that section in that time, it was only like 3 to 5. I mean, I don't know what the gap was for the Geofence. I have no what the date was. Was it just the 2 hours? Was it? Yeah. The pinpoint you. So, okay. Awesome. Then what does he do? Oh, okay. On those same days, that's when they're going ham with Jack Showalter. And they're trying to get into his apartment. They're making shit up. And yeah. Florence Mowry on the 18th as well is dealing with this Uber shit because we have a little problem here with Eric Grower. Eric Grower said that he was working for Uber that night. Well, guess what? He got off the clock at 1:15. And so everything that he did after 1:15, technically, he was just a private driver. So he's off duty. So they could not verify any of his whereabouts after 1:15, which, for the record, the girls got picked up at 1:56. 1:47, got home at 1:56, something like that, right? Well, normally your Uber would be able to have all that information, but here he was clocked out and then he was just doing it on his own after that point. What I think is very interesting is that there is not one interview that was done with Eric Grower, whatever, done by Moscow police. Moscow police said that he was supposed to come back to the Moscow Police Department to be interviewed on November 14th or 15th at 5 p.m. There's no written report. So whoever interviewed that man had to be like ISP or FBI because it's not in the Moscow, 314 pages or reports rather. And nowhere does he disclose or does Moscow Police Department make any reference to the fact that, something that happened that night was their other roommate asked me if I was driving. They sent me a text. No. So there's no way to verify what he was doing after that. 1:15. I mean, you could put him in. He should have his phone on driving around the Geofence. I don't know. So then we get to, November 20th, he applied for that warrant. Now, November 22nd, Mowry says, I applied for and was granted a pen warrant for data associated with the phone number. It was Molly, which was linked to a possible witness. I about fell over and died. Okay. How are you listing Molly McMichael as a possible witness? When do you ever put pen trap and traces on witnesses' phones? And wouldn't you have had to have talked to Molly prior to this? Right? Well, yep. Yepers. But guess how Anne finds out about that? We find out about it 2 years later, 2.5 years later, when Latah County prosecutor has to put in he wants DoorDash records in. And so we did a certificate, and there was a certificate for the records. And November 23rd is when the certificate says that they got DoorDash. And I was like, wait, that's not accurate unless the FBI got something with DoorDash. But Moscow Police Department's the first time that they ever asked for a search warrant was on December 7th for DoorDash. And I was like, these motherfuckers. So 100, I'll put all my chips on. Molly McMichael was talked to by somebody prior to November 22nd. But they go ahead and he is like, hey, that's one of the interested numbers. And so they go ahead and put a trap on her. A pen warrant for any data associated with a phone number, which was linked to a possible witness, Molly McMichael. Special Agent Nick Balance with that federal arrest. Woo. He did that. On November 22nd, they fax it. On November 22nd, Balance received notice that the data requested pursuant to the warrant was available. It should be noted that the pen register trap and trace data was terminated on November 30th. November 30th. Molly was subsequently identified, located, and interviewed as a witness by Corporal Brett Payne. And I said, this is full. This, yeah, sure. Not the first time. No way. I completed the warrant. $11:23. Brett Payne is the day that he goes into Showalter's place. He writes this up on 12/13 and says, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for Showalter's place. And how they did that is they made up a bunch of shit. Look at this. Now, Payne is over at 1122 area. He said, I met back up with Officer House and Detective Powell back over there at this crime scene. We're walking around, then we're walking around by Jack Showalter's shit. And he's saying that he's doing this on 11/15. 11/15. I went back up with them, and then we're walking around. Oh, we said that we found a spot. Also looked like it was the blood spot found on the banister wall inside the house. The texture, how it looked like it was what was just outside Jack Showalter's door. Not only did they say that, but then they go as far as to say that Jack Showalter's doorknob looked like it had been wiped down clean. Officer House also told me he looked at several other doorknobs and deadbolts in that area, and all of them, there was a fine layer of dust, except for, you know what? Jack Showalter's did not have the same layer of dust, as though it had been cleaned off. I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of Linda Lane of potential footage of someone walking by the camera at 3:50. And this is where I said, oh my God, you guys are sick. Vargas didn't do anything of the sort. She wrote up a report and said that she talked with Kane, he emailed her, and that she didn't download it, rather, she sent and forwarded the email to the FBI. She didn't say that on November 15th that she was sitting there reviewing surveillance cameras. Look at this. Homeboy is saying that he went back to the house at 10 a.m. Okay. We walked on the common walkway. I mean, how long do you think it would take you to do this? To walk around? Okay, they're pointing this out. He says, I walked away from the door in order to conduct an interview. What interview, Payne? Did you walk away from the door on the 15th to conduct this interview? For whatever reason, he has to take himself away. I walk away. Then I walk back over, and that's when they tell me that, oh, this layer of dust and blah, blah, blah. Well, who did you interview? Then, now you go back to the station, which couldn't have been that long for you to do all this. So that's why I want to know, what time was the email that Detective Vargas got from Kane? on November 15th because I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing security camera footage provided by the owners of Linda Lane of possible footage of someone walking by the camera at 3:50. Do you know how long it would take to go through the Linda Lane camera footage and actually think that you're going to see? We had how many thousands of people looking at Linda Lane for how long? And Detective Vargas, out of her ass, pulls out that very difficult figure to see at 3:50. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. Also, when Detective Vargas said that she received this footage that she just sent off, she never said that she was looking at it ever. When she sent this off to the FBI, she never said that she downloaded anything. Let me show you. And she doesn't write up her report about this until after Brian's arrested. January 25th. This is Vargas' statement. On November 15th, I called Kane, the property owner for Linda Lane, and asked about video footage he had on property. Kane stated he did have video and later sent me an email with a direct login. And so what she does is she just says, a direct login for the camera system for the videos, plural, could be viewed for any time frame. They have not interviewed. Nobody has interviewed the girls again, Dylan or Bethany, to get those November 16th and 17th in like hardcore interviews where like Bethany's with the Nevada Police Department and Dylan. So nobody's looking at phones. So the details of the email are below. And I said, honey, what is the date and timestamp of this email that you just forwarded like this? And so this is what he writes. Okay? This is what he writes. Then she says, I forwarded this information to FBI on how to access, just here you go. This is how you access Linda Lane footage. Where does she say that she viewed and found a figure at 3:50 and let Payne know about it? Point that out to me. You see how it says period right there? Period. On November 27th, she moves on. So Payne, going back to Officer Payne's fantasy here, we're just having a sex fantasy. So I returned to MPD and was notified by Detective Vargas, who was reviewing the security camera footage provided by the owners of a possible footage of someone walking by the cameras at 3:50. Bullshit. I watched the film with Detective Vargas. Bullshit. She doesn't say you did that. The cameras show the parking lot of Linda Lane, which is situated directly south. The frame captures a portion of the apartments themselves, the area of 500 Queen Road, and Jack S.'s apartment is also, it's just much darker over there. At approximately 3:50 on 11/13/2022, per the timestamp on the video, exactly. You didn't even authenticate that shit. Even when you wrote this up in January. A figure clad in dark clothing can be seen walking from the building which houses right by Jack S.'s apartment. The figure walks to the west of the parking lot and leaves the frame of the video. As the figure enters the sidewalk area between the two other apartments, it just dead ends basically into 1122 Queen Road. The figure is not captured by the cameras any further. You wouldn't say to yourself, oh my God, let's go and look at 1112 camera and see if we have, I don't know, a sighting to see if the person would have walked. You know what I mean? No. Based off of the information above, MPD and ISP officers served a search warrant on the exterior of the front door to the Queen Road. This is what got him to be able to have a search warrant. This lie. Again, Danielle Vargas does not say she does any of this with Payne. She does not do any of this. None of it. In fact, she says that she sends it all to the fucking FBI. She doesn't say, don't you think that she'd be reporting that she found the figure? I mean, this investigation makes Danny Vargas look like Columbo and Matlock and Perry Mason all in a woman's body, and that God is a woman and Danny Vargas is the God of investigators. They have to put it on someone that somebody did this because. So this is how they obtain that search warrant. Then it even gets better. On 11/23, MPD Morris was contacted. Oh, check this out. Get ready. On 11/23/2022, the next day, okay? Morris was contacted by a maintenance worker for the Queen Road Apartments. I'm sorry, it was the manager of the Queen Road Apartments, but she told Officer Morris that he conducted a routine maintenance order on Queen Road on 11/22. Are you kidding me? Where he discovered something of note. I had Officer Morris call and place him on speaker so I could talk to him. Where is Officer Morris talking that he talked to a maintenance worker at? Go find me that report. I asked, hey, yeah, put me on speaker. Let's talk to this maintenance person. I asked them what they found. This person told me that he had another maintenance worker enter the apartment on 11/22/2022. Hearsay. In order to check on water quality complaint made by the tenant. You're going to sit here and tell me that Jack Showalter on 11/22 called in a work order when he left and went back to Boise on 11/13 or 14. Both men checked the kitchen and did not notice any issues. They then went to the bathroom, and this is where they were doing whatever, and they saw what appeared to be blood on the shower curtain. Then it looked like, we saw blood on where you have to flick the light switch. Anyways, this guy continues in Payne's words here that it was spatter. I've seen dried blood before, and there is blood in there. Do you know that Payne was told, and he doesn't write it in this write-up, but he was told that by the magistrate, that if you go and squirt and spray to try to get into Showalter's apartment, if that is not, you're going to have a search warrant. You could spray the door, but if nothing is presumptive for blood, you're not getting in there. That's what the warrant said, okay? So the day that they do that, squirt, squirt, no, nothing. It was rust. They miraculously get this phone call. And now Payne has probable cause to get the fuck up in that apartment complex now and in that Jack Showalter's apartment. I asked this guy if anyone had else, I served the search warrant with ISP investigator Jeff Talbot and Jake Bubba. We discovered the blood smears and spots in the locations blank described. In addition, there were more blood spatter spots on the wall. Is that right? Is that right, Payne? This is such horse shit. This is crazy. This is crazy. Oh my God. Look at who reviewed Detective Vargas's report about how everything played out. Oh, Officer Payne. That sums it up. That's about right. Okay. Oh, shit. Look at this. How come we've only ever seen 2 Linda Lane cameras? Once logged in, you can choose any of the 4 cameras from the list on the right. If using a PC, you can click on the playback tab at the top and then the date from the calendar on the right. Then use the timeline at the bottom to select when to view. Note that the camera that points down Linda Lane goes offline every day from blank to blank for a scheduled Wi-Fi reset. Oh, where are those 2 cameras at? We've only seen 2. Where's the other 2? There was 4 cameras. 4 Linda Lane cameras. Note that the camera that points down Linda Lane, hey, guess what? It goes offline every day. I've asked so many people if they have their stuff set for this automatic reboot, and everyone said, are you kidding me? No, we barely do that shit like once a year. Who would ever do 1? And I said, how much time do you think it would take to reboot it? Because I know what mine would do. How much? They're like, I don't know, not long at all. I was like, do you think it would take 35 minutes? Oh, hell no. And let me tell you what else you wouldn't do. If you're even going to set and schedule something like this, why in the world would you ever do it on a Saturday night going into a Sunday at 3:30 a.m. when you need it? wouldn't you do this, I don't know, on a Monday at noon? I mean, or if you're going to do it every single day, wouldn't you do it at Monday at noon? Tuesday at noon? You're going to do your reset when you would actually need it? Like, you need that time. This is just the most absurd shit I've ever seen and heard. And you know what's interesting is that, who would have ever known that prior to? Because I guarantee you that this is not the first time that you've ever asked Mr. Kane for his Linda Lane camera footage, right? Is that right? So who would know that? The same person that would know where a figure was walking at 3:50. And so where is Hippler when, if you're Ann Taylor and Hippler's over here like, well, no, the killer has to be driving a white car. It's like, what? These people thought the killer was on foot at 3:50 in the morning, and it got them search warrants. That person just doesn't poof disappear. It's just not the person that you thought it was. It's not Jack Showalter. That's not who the person is walking. The person that knew that somebody on November 15th would have been where that figure was, okay? You guys know how hard it is to see that, right? There is no way that Danny Vargas not only does that, but, I mean, do you understand that she's MVP? Like, they don't need anybody else. Danny, we only need you. You are MVP of this whole investigation. Like, nobody else is worth a damn sack. Do you guys know how many officers it takes to put a dog in a shelter, or to take a dog to the Humane Society? How many officers do you think that would take to do that? Have you guys ever saw the chain of custody? After Danny Vargas just goes and is MVP over here with Linda Lane, then on November 27th, just like how she found the 350 guy, now on November 27th, she knows to go and call a husband and wife who live at the 700 block of Indian Hills Drive. And she's just like, I just called them and I said, I asked the woman if she still had her Nest camera system. He just got so random. And she stated she did, of course. And she put me in touch with her husband. He said he could provide me with their available camera footage. He brought a hard drive to the Moscow Police Department, which contained, here you go, it just contained video footage from their Nest. A white sedan matching the description of the suspect vehicle is seen traveling west on Indian. Oh my God, Danny Vargas, what? Dude, MVP. Again, Danny, where'd you get this information from? Jacob Tisdall. So let's loop it all back to the beginning of the video. Remember I said, let's put it to bed. Leave those times where they are, because they're right. And the person that gave All of this information is Jacob and Nate told them, when I say them, Payne, yeah. Then now check this out. Look at me. I'm like, I am sick, Vargas. You are one sick puppy. She's just been rattling off dates this whole time. Then she gets to this one. Around the end of November and the beginning of December. You don't know when? What? Oh, Chris Engel. He's my MVP over there at WSU. Pullman. He provided me with the following videos from several Pullman businesses. 9 of them. Why? Okay. Wait, what's the date again? Now, just so we're clear, Don Daniels and Danny Vargas are same fam. If you know what that means, good for you. If you don't, look it up. Same fam. 9 videos. Count it up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. On December 2nd, so okay, great. Thank you. Now we know that this had to have happened before what? At least before December 2nd, right? Okay. Or on. So around the end of November and the beginning of December, he provided me with the following videos. He provided you with them? Okay. So boom, you have them. Now, on December 2nd, Detective Chris Engel provided me with the contact information. So actually, we're probably going to back it even up further. It's probably November 29th. That's the golden day. Oh, here you go. I reached out to the corporate security head at blah, blah. And he stated we could come to the branch in Pullman and view the videos on site to see if we would, anything is evidentiary value. Prior to requesting a search warrant to go and do this, out of the blue, FBI special agent blah, blah, blah made arrangements to view the available video at that branch. The FBI then personally called up Danny Vargas to say, hey, girl, I heard you were going to be going up to check out that, security camera footage. Guess what? We're going to go ahead and stop you. We've already done it. And there's nothing. There is nothing to locate. There's no evidentiary value with any of that shit. What? Come again? Danny, how did they know what the hell you were going to be doing? Hey, do not let that. She cannot go up and get those videos. You don't understand. Make sure she doesn't go get those videos. Someone shut her down. Oh, hey, Vargas, heard you guys were going. Now we already took care of it. The FBI called me and told me that they viewed the available video from that branch and did not locate anything of evidentiary value. So guess what? I didn't go and get that shit. And I didn't go up there. Okay, awesome. Wow, okay. Anything else? Oh, yeah. So, I'm on a roll, so I'll just continue. Just show you guys something that's of evidentiary value. Look at this. On February 1st, 2023, Brian Kober had already been arrested for a month. Officer Payne, at 9 o'clock in the morning, sits at his desk, and he's like, you know what? Kober information and cell phone search warrants. So, Member Hippler, in one of his orders, said that, yeah, where's the search warrant affidavit? And then Nancy was like, yeah, exactly. Okay. So Payne writes this up a month to, I don't know, probably 5-6 weeks, because those search warrants for his phone were December 23rd. So this is what he used, and it's what we've seen in the app. It's basically what we saw in the PCA, okay? So this was not wrote anywhere up in a report. This living live document that they say is Exhibit A, it makes its way first into this report here. And I went through it to see what was actually different from then what was actually put in that living live document. Okay. And so as part of the investigation, an extensive search commonly referred to in law enforcement as a video canvas was conducted in the area of the King Road residence. This video canvas was obtained. This video was to obtain any footage from the early morning hours of November 13th. I have reviewed numerous videos that were collected and have had conversations with the other MPD officers, ISP detectives, and FBI agents that are similarly reviewing footage that was obtained. Not Danny Vargas. She was not reviewing anything. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, hereafter suspect vehicle 1. Do you understand that she didn't have this information? How is this wrote in for a search warrant on December 23rd? Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, did she get it by then? She had, oh yeah, November 27th. Oh my God, this is how they did it. This is why she was so important. My God. This video canvas resulted in the collection of numerous surveillance videos in the area. Wow. A review of camera footage indicated that a white sedan, so basically Tisdall, hey, yep, that's our vehicle. Go ahead and use it. Yeah, look at, that's what kicks it off. 326. On the video, it appeared suspect vehicle 1 was not displaying a front license plate. My God. Oh my God. That is not said in any, not a single one. How come, wait a second. There's not a report out there before this that talks about, mentions that at all. It appeared that the vehicle had fog lights on the lower portion of the front bumper based off video obtained from the Sunset Mart located blank. This was the video which captured suspect vehicle 1 crossing South Main Street from Steiner Avenue to Lauder. So based on the view of the camera, it was pointed at approximately 3:28. You know, that's the video, I'm telling you. A review of footage from multiple videos obtained from the King Road neighborhood showed multiple sightings of suspect vehicle 1 starting at 3:29 to 4:20. See if this changes at all. Look at this. Based off of my experience as a patrol officer, this is a residential neighborhood with a very limited number of vehicles. Only this day, there was just hella fucking traffic. Upon review of the video, There are only a few cars that enter and exit this area during this time frame. Suspect vehicle 1 can be seen entering the area at fourth time at approximately 4:04 a.m. It can be seen driving 4:04. What the fuck? It can be seen driving eastbound. Yep. Turning around. Yep. And then driving back westbound. Yep. When suspect vehicle 1 is in front of the King Road residence, it appeared to unsuccessfully attempt to park next to Molly, behind Molly, but Molly doesn't see it. To unsuccessfully attempt to park or turn around the road. The vehicle then continued to the intersection of Queen Road, where it can be seen completing a 3-point turn and then driving eastbound again down Queen Road. Suspect vehicle 1 is next seen departing the area of the King Road residence at 4:20 at a high rate of speed. Suspect vehicle 1 is next observed traveling southbound. I'm willing to drive based on my knowledge of the area and review of the camera footage in the neighborhood. Review of what camera footage in the neighborhood? They don't have any camera footage in the neighborhood. It's my God, this is fucking lies. You guys, they got all these cameras, and we found out that only 10 of them were of residents. I believe the suspect vehicle 1 likely exited the neighborhood at Palouse River Drive and Consagnat Drive. Palouse River Drive is at the southern edge of Moscow and proceeds into Whitman County, Washington. Eventually, the road leads to Pullman, Washington. Pullman, Washington is approximately 10 miles. Okay, law enforcement officers provided video footage of suspect vehicle 1 to forensic examiners with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Okay, we know all of that. Okay, we know that's the same. Investigators were given access to video footage on the Washington State University campus located. Yep, that was on. Oh, here we go. This is new. A review of that video indicated that at approximately 2:53 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra. Oh my God, this is new. Oh God, here it is. This is it. This is the nuts. This is the nuts right here. Hold on. We have to highlight this. This is not in the oh, where was I? Okay. 2:53. Okay. A review of that video indicated that approximately 2:53 a.m. on November 13th, a white sedan, which is consistent with the description of the white Elantra known as suspect vehicle 1, was observed traveling southeast on Nevada Street in Pullman. This camera footage from Pullman was provided to the same FBI forensic examiner identified the vehicle observed in Pullman as being a 2014 to 2016 Hyundai Elantra. This is such a lie. This is fucking ridiculous. That's the big lie in it that gets you the warrant for the phone. Because Nick Balance knew that wasn't the car, because Nick Balance knew that that's not where the phone was. And Miss Jennings says, who gives a fuck? Who cares if it's 8 minutes? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? You're saying that this vehicle that you see at 2:53, okay, is his car. And that's like saying, here's that car, but really where his peeing and at is way over here. It can't be his car. So you just found a fucking car and said, whoop, here we go. Make it work. Awesome. At approximately 5:25, Awesome. Okay. No. Then what? All right. Then what'd you do, Payne? Okay. The white sedan was then observed turning north. Okay, great. On November 25th, oh my God, on November 25th, 2022, MPD asked area law enforcement agencies to be on the lookout for white Hyundai Elantras in the area. Is that right? On November 29th, at approximately 12:28. Tisk tisk. The same day at approximately 12:58. Oh God, Curtis Whitman just comes by. But what about Love's? What about Love? He found it. He found it before on this day. And that's not when the Bolo went out. Gary Jenkins said the Bolo went out on November 28th. Oh my God, that's why she's saying it towards the end of the. That's why. Oh my God, this is why Vargas is saying is being vague about the Pullman. Chris Angle cameras. Jesus. Upon receipt of this information, I reviewed Coer's Washington State driver's license. Now, hey Hippler, how is this legal? Hey Hippler, anybody that's reading this is how they got to Brian Kober. Like, and this is what you would say. This is a lie. Look at what Payne says. Upon receipt of this information. See that right there? So, that same day at approximately this time, Curtis finds him. Okay. Then, upon receipt of this information, right here, this is your lie. Upon receipt of this information, how is that not getting you? Right there. This is a lie. Upon receipt of that information that you just got from Curtis Whitman and Daniel Tanego, upon receipt of this information, I reviewed Koberger's Washington State driver's license information and photograph. Do you understand that that is a lie? Upon receipt of that information, that's when I looked at Brian's driver's license and his photograph. This license indicates that Kober is white male, 6 foot, 185 pounds. Additionally, the photograph of Kober shows that he has bushy eyebrows. Jesus Christ. Why is that a lie? Because he didn't get this information from them. That's not what he did. This information didn't exist about Daniel Tanego. He didn't know about any of that. And Hippler saying, well, he did. he knew about it before December 23rd. And I'm just saying, Ann Taylor asked the question. Was Brian on your radar? Did you know about him? How did you know? When's the first time you heard his name? The FBI told me. Okay. What about these people? Chris Tanego and all these idiots over here. Nope. I didn't even know that existed. So you didn't know that existed? Nope. They didn't turn it in. If you ask America how Brian Kober was identified as a suspect, they're going to tell you from this WSU. If you ask the magistrate what she thought, if you ask the magistrate if she thought that Brian was identified via investigative genealogy, and then in turn led to vetting that lead to then see who this person was. And so I don't know. I don't think that you should be able to lie about or mislead the courts. But hey, I don't know. Mind you, I don't know. I think everybody has bushy eyebrows. It's a male. Further investigation, including a review of Latah County, so then all of this starts coming out. Do you know that they don't even use... Wait. Look at this. Okay. Then on November 18th. Yep. Investigators believe that Kober continued to drive the white Elantra as vehicle captured on December 13th by a license plate reader. Kober's Elantra was then queried on December 15th by law enforcement. It was later learned that this query was a result of a traffic stop. Kober was stopped again 9 minutes later in Hancock. How did you write up this if you didn't know about it? If you wrote this up on December 23rd, how would you know about his pullovers in Indiana? You wouldn't. But he would be, I guess, in the system as his plate ran. See, I think it's interesting that this is being written after, like, that's why I'm writing it in real time, because Payne likes to just add little tidbits that he wouldn't have known. On December 16th, I think that those stops were planned so that they could use it and make it seem like they weren't following him prior to the pen, trap, and trace. On December 16th, 2022, at approximately 2:26 p.m., surveillance video obtained by request of FBI agents in Pennsylvania You see that? Okay. Based on information provided to the WSU website. Okay, great. All that. As part of this investigation, law enforcement obtained search warrants to determine cellular devices that utilize cellular towers. Sure did. Based on my training experience. Yep, shut it off when you're going to commit a crime. On December 23rd, 2022, I applied for and was granted. So this is right here, is that would cut it off for everything that would have been used prior. If they're saying that, but I don't think that it was, because the warrant went through, or the subpoena was through the feds. Anyways, this part has to be part of then the arrest. Okay, so what the argument here is from Cy and the defense is that on December 23rd, I applied for and was granted a search warrant for historical phone records between November 12th and the 14th. Those are called the 48 hours, and that's search warrant 1. And if you applied and were granted that 12, what? On the 23rd at what, 10? What time? You don't say? Okay. Then what happened? I received records from AT&T. You didn't, though. FBI did. I received records for. Nope. FBI did. These records indicated that the 8458 phone is subscribed to Brian. Yep. Okay. After receiving this information, I consulted with an FBI special agent and cast Nick Balance. Holy balls. Oh my God, wait a second. Oh my God, they knew that the 253 car actually went the other way based on the handoffs. Oh my God. Okay, continue on. Go check out whoever about appealing. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Anyways, bottom line is that if you wanted to get those, the next historical, which were from the time that he had his phone in June to map all of that, Cyray is basically saying you couldn't have done it in that amount of time to then reapply for warrant number 2, like you said that you did, unless the work was already done, like it was. And then Payne testifies as seeing timing advance reports for Brian Culver on the stand. On November 13th, 2022, at approximately 2:42 a.m., the 8458 phone was utilizing cellular resources that provide coverage to this area. At approximately 2:47 a.m., the 8458 phone stops reporting to the network. They knew that that was false. And they knew it was false because they had the timing advance records, and that's why they're hiding them. When you're going to prove a Franks, you have to show knowing, complete. If they have to know, and it has to be a complete disregard for the truth. And how you would do that is the timing advance records. The timing advance records would prove that. That's why Ann Taylor kept asking Payne about those maps. So they knew this. Nick Balance lied. And Payne put it on them. He's like, I was just writing what I was told to write. That's where I got the information from. I didn't look at, the data. I don't know what the data is saying. Oh, okay. Well, Detective Mowry testified to the grand jury, and Detective Mowry told the grand jury the same thing. Detective Mowry didn't do any of this work. The 8458 phone does not report to the network again until approximately 4:48. And the reason they had to lie about this is because of the white car. And then here's Ashley Jennings. What does 7 minutes matter? A car can't just turn around. And it's like, no, you fucking dumb bitch. If the car just spun around like that, the camera that you have it on, okay? It's not, there's no problem with the car turning around. Your cameras that you were using would have shown that though. And they don't, do they? Also, the 7 minutes matters because it's not going to be the Floyd 302 car that's on the Floyd cannabis camera. And then it just blows my mind that they can just come out and do these interviews and say that we got to Brian Kober straight from the IGG. And IGG is so great. And it's like, then why didn't you put it in the probable cause? Why would you ever mislead and lie to the courts that you got to him via querying white Elantras? And do you know that every single report that talks about a white Elantra was written after the identification of Brian Kober, if you really want to talk about it? Go look at the 314 reports. Every report that has to do with talking about a car and a make and model, it's after the identification of Brian already came from IGG. So I don't know how Ann Taylor, that's why I just want to see her motion. I want to see her brief. I want to see her written work. Going off of what Hippler's, Hippler's orders just doesn't, it's nuts. And again, this doesn't mean that he's innocent. It just means that think about using this, think about doing what they did here, okay, against somebody like a Sheldon Jeter Jr., and that's who's innocent. And you're fluffing reports, you're fluffing the data. You can't do that. This is how innocent people get put away. Unbelievable. I just if I was part of that department, I would have been the person in the room saying, okay, I have a question here. All right, great. We got this lead because it's touch DNA, right? Well, why isn't anything panning out? He doesn't know these victims. His phone, it's it's in the supposed like area of Moscow. You know what I mean? He's been over there to like shop, normal. We have all the victims' phones. Not a single one of them. That's why they did not open their phones. Because if you don't know something, then you can't just. Then it's like you didn't have personal knowledge of that. So therefore, when you're typing up a search warrant, it's like, yeah, you don't want to look at certain things because then that's going to give you knowledge. But once you would have gotten the name Brian Kober, wouldn't you have looked at all like the victims and even like the survivors and see if his name is anywhere in anything or his social medias? I would have said, hey, so the knife sheath, that DNA, is that the same DNA that was the blood on the gloves? What about the banister over there? That's all different male profiles? So did this guy do this with other people? We have, okay, he's on the sheath. What if these guys what if the guys that did it actually are friends with the person that had the knife, like the knife sheath, and he gave it to somebody, and the people with actually the blood, they're the people that killed the person or the four here in this situation. I mean, how are we going to explain that we have blood on a glove outside and we have blood inside, and it's not of this guy's? It's no different than when JonBenet Ramsey had touch DNA on her underwear, and it was that touch DNA was from somebody that packaged the underwear. So I would be the person in the room saying, okay, Bob, do you think that this person was like planning on being like a serial killer? Is that what we're thinking here? And then you want to talk about the time frame that this all went down? Well, What about the figure at 350? I mean, like, I'm only looking at this at it from a way that I don't want to get our asses handed to us when we're going to go be we're going to go prosecute this case, and here the defense is going to have all these. I mean, everything that we've wrote up. Oh, that's right. That's why we don't write up our reports when we're supposed to, right? I mean, this is what you would be saying. If you're a veteran of 20 and 30 years, you'd be like, wow. But if you're Howard Bloom, oh, he just brought in vials of other people's blood and planted it. But yet this happened in 8 minutes, 7 minutes. And then we have Molly over here, who's our freaking CI, and that's what we're going to ride and die with? Like, and then, like, let's be honest, everybody. Hey, we know that we violated the FBI intern policy to really get to the guy. We know that we reverse engineered all of this, right? Because we couldn't put that in the probable cause because we didn't obtain a search warrant for it. We didn't do anything by the intern policy. We didn't get a search warrant for the IGG. So you're going to tell me that out of 120 people, not one person is talking the way that I would be talking right now in a big powwow to say, like, what the fuck? The same rights that we're supposed to be protecting, we were up and violating the fuck out of them, right? Okay. Okay, let's go back to the knife. Where's the knife? Okay, how about this? Why don't we go with the whole route of the car? And since we're interested in cars that are Elantras, we would have come across his name. Let's get a search warrant for the car. Let's see if there's anything in the car. Well, nope, that would have struck out, right? I just have no idea how Hitler says that these people didn't violate anybody's rights. When every single person in that room that was involved in this case knew that that's not how anything developed. Okay, what if I was to say this? If I was in the big powwow room and I was like, okay, hey guys, how do we do this? Why don't we give Othram the blood and let's eliminate who the blood can belong to? Okay, how about that? Can we at least do that? And we'll keep an eye on this fucking piece of shit. And the media is going to be going crazy. We're going to have eyes all down our backs like we already do. And this is what we're going to come out swinging with. Sounds pretty stupid to me. No, don't worry. It's Idaho. We have the judges, so we're fine. What the fuck? No, he's a criminal justice major, you guys. Look at this kid. Okay, he's a freak. Look at him. He takes all these classes. Oh my God, he wanted to come and help be on the cloud forensics team over here. Fucking Gary Jenkins. Get him down here. Ask him who the hell this kid is. Gary goes on a horror tour lying about that he remembers Kohlberger and that he's so weird and he's not trustworthy and all this crazy shit. Yeah, it's weird. And then, hey guys, we're going to turn around and have a preliminary hearing here in like 14 days. We're going to have to extradite him, right? A preliminary hearing 14 days, unless we can indict him with grand jury, which we can't, or we would have, right? You can indict a ham sandwich. Why wouldn't we be able to indict him? So what would they have had at a preliminary hearing? That's where I think Kober's best option is to say, why didn't my lawyer go for a preliminary hearing in my 14 days? Why would you ever agree to have and give these people 6 months to build a case against me? That to me is ineffective. Look at the reports. They didn't even, Ann Taylor couldn't have had any report passed. $119. Report 121. Do you understand that there was no Amazon? There was no there's no nothing until you get into like the March and the Aprils and the Mays. It's crazy. I would be thinking that there could have been multiple people, especially after hearing that Kaylee did not have any defensive wounds, and she has 50 stabbings, guys. Kaylee has 2 arms. You guys know that, right? Kaylee does not have limbs, okay? So how does Kaylee have no defensive wounds? Or does she have defensive wounds? How do we know that this wasn't multiple people? Oh, because this kid doesn't have any friends. Okay. Good. He did some crazy Reddit survey and asking for people and all this crazy stuff. Well, he's also a criminal justice major. Like, is that for like their thesis or what are they doing? Let's do some research. What class would that be for? Where did you go to school? The sales? Okay. How about we one of us fills out the Reddit survey and we fuck with them? How about that? I just can't believe that people would be sitting around and then here Scott Green comes in. We need an arrest now. We need all these kids to come back and go to school here, and we need the tuition coming in, and we need an arrest. Okay, we got to arrest. Okay, we'll arrest them now. Like, that's why. It's fucking the school. And I don't believe Bill Thompson, by the way. I'm looking into Bill Thompson if he has a media deal. What is Bill Thompson up to? Bill Thompson. Let's look at Bill Thompson. Brian Colbert. Brian Colbert update today. Let's see. Oh. Look at all these stupid titles. Why Brian Colbert left roommate Dylan Mortensen alive? Colbert victims' families concerned crime scene photos will leak.
Yeah, I believe all the families have let that be known to the prosecuting team that that's not anything that we were interested in. And we've been worried that we would see those leaked at any time when you had like certain stories and certain things been leaked since the very beginning. We were afraid that we'd wake up one morning and that may be on, might be on TV.
Okay, so my thought process on that is I don't think that any crime scene photos should be out there that have any of the victims in them. I don't think that I think that that's what Hitler's talking about, like redactions as well. Like I don't know. I don't know how they would leak. Who would leak though? Who would leak that? Who the fuck has that? The only people that have that is the defense and the prosecution. Who else would have that?
Yeah, Steve, I know there are people out there who want full transparency. They want to get every single aspect of this case. I do not see the value of that. I think that this is painful. It's gratuitous. It's disgusting. But for the people out there who want full transparency about this and say, I don't even know what the argument would be to see that. What would your response to them be?
You don't get that. Those are our children, and we're not settling for that type of thing. And I think it encourages. I mean, you got a whole show here with some people that are doing some terrible things to people, and that's one thing that I think we show a little bit too much of. And I hope that we can give these kids some dignity, and we don't have to go there.
Is there anything else in the current batch of documents that you plan to fight the release of?
No, they asked us about the toxicology report after we got that. We said we didn't care. The autopsies, some mothers wanted to keep that, and I understand that. That has it has like a injury by injury write-ups, so it's pretty gruesome. So those are the ones that we were. I think that'll be the last one that we'll try to keep close to the chest.
And it's good to know that, as you said, that the families seem to be on the same page with this. I mean, there is this argument right out there, putting aside crime scene photos. The public wants to know as much as possible about why these children were killed. And the question becomes, do you think the public has a right to know all the details of the case? Again, putting aside the crime scene photos, do you think the public has a right to know all of this?
I think the public should demand that 100%. Sometimes the courtroom doesn't realize that there is no. Yep.
There you go. See, Steve's all for it. I agree. Why? I mean, give the victims. I mean, there's no. You could still look at the crime scene of like Nicole Brown Simpson's crime scene, and when they had like her, like them blurred out and all that, like to be able to still see like if and where like the spatter was and stuff like that. But I say that the victims deserve to have their dignity 150%. When we were at the Richard Allen trial, there was, we didn't get to see the video of Richard, like all the prison videos, the people that were in the gallery, we didn't get to see those videos. It was just for the jury. I don't know. He was like walking around naked and I guess banging his head and eating shit. I don't know. Rubbing shit all over himself. I don't know. But people saw the crime scene photos that were in the gallery for like Abby and Libby.
Courtroom without victims, and they need to represent them people and the community. The community has the right to know that they're arresting the right people, and the punishment is correct. And I think that the prosecution here purposely hid the facts of what happened to these kids to try to get all the parents to be in silos and not unite and force them to do the right thing, force them to have, a capital case. They never had that. That's why they didn't tell the kids what really happened to our kids. They hid that from us because they knew that could be a riling cry for all the parents to get on the same page.
And I want to talk about that in a minute, and as well as Bill Thompson and current statements.
Did you just hear that, you guys? Kept the true nature of things from the families so that you could keep them all on different pages, and not rally together to say, no, we want the death penalty, or no, we're not giving this person a plea deal. I think I understand where Steve has been coming from the standpoint of, listen, you can't go out bashing the people that you're supposed to give your trust and faith in because you want there to be a trial, right? So you're just trying to not blast them, right? Trying to okay, hey, they're my only hope to have this trial, right? I just personally think that there was never going to be a trial. Looking at everything that we have right now, I'm sorry, but no wonder they were leaking shit. This was anything but a slam dunk. This was going to be an absolute, if Brian Kober was convicted, you guys, that would be actually secondary to what would actually come out during that 3 months trial. And it was going to be is not going to be this was slant. Look at what I'm showing you guys. I mean, you're going to have detectives on the stand saying, I don't know to every single thing, saying, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. I don't know. That's not what I did. Every single person, because nobody in the Moscow Police Department did anything. Bill Thompson lied to these parents.
He's making. But, Steve, when I look at you, I interview victims' family members all the time. And you think about what they have to go through when the crime first happens, what they have to go through when there is a trial, what they have to go through the grieving process for the rest of their lives. But you're in this unfortunately unique position where this case has been amplified. And I wonder for you, how difficult is it knowing that you are going to have to deal with these document releases for months, that the story doesn't end with Koberger getting shipped away, that now it's about the release of information and trying to protect your daughter and the other victims? How difficult is it?
We have to do it better. They could have easily done better than this. This trickle effect of, the case is over. Let it out. Stand by what your decisions are, and the information come out. I know you have to give a little bit of time for sealing, but it's called control, find, replace. We do it at work all the time. It's not a big deal. We can get through these docs real easy. So yeah, I think they got to do a better job. And this trickle thing's been going on the whole time, and it was torture. It was absolute torture for the families. And they kind of wore us all down, and that's kind of the strategy that we knew that the defense was going to do, was to try to push this out, try to make it as far away from our homes, try to make it as inconvenient as possible. And they had success for that, and in the end, they were rewarded.
Thank you for watching. Subscribe below and download.
God, that's ridiculous. Why you have to cut them off like that? Ridiculous. I just think that's whatever. I agree with Steve. This trickle, fuck your trickle. Trickle dickles. Fuck your trickle dick. F all that. I'm 100 with Steve on that. Like, to do, 40 documents once a month. Are you kidding me? That's ridiculous, actually. You want to know why it's ridiculous? Because both sides had to have and be ready for trial. So they have everything. Everything is, I'm telling you, their exhibits, boom, boom, boom. There was tons of stuff that was already probably redacted because they were going to be putting up on the screen. That's why I laugh that Idaho State Police, where are you? Where are you at, Idaho State Police? Put your shit out there. Put your stuff out there. Until somebody tests that blood on the glove and on that banister and comes up with who that blood belongs to, this case will never go away. Sorry, it's just not. It's some serious shit. Whose blood is that? How is it a mixed sample? That means that if it's a mix of a man with one of the victims, that means it happened there, then, during the crime. Like, what?
Lives have been turned upside down. They will never be the same person.
This was a community that.
Okay, so this is their Brian Koberger, the Court TV did.
To 4 consecutive life sentences. The Moscow to force a mass murder. The Moscow, Idaho Police Department released around 300 documents, hundreds of pages related to the investigation. These documents are offering a window into what the agency learned about the question as we uncover it. The next experiences in the last couple weeks.
Okay, so they're going to go to it. This is a report 42. Dylan was asked if any of her roommates shared any weird experience. This is what they're talking about.
Or calls or texts. Dylan said, no, it's been all normal. Nothing weird at all. Nothing really weird happens in Moscow usually. Only to find her roommate. With us, Joanna, we all
surviving roommates.
Here, some recollections. There was
this, but I just have to tell you, one of the other things we know early.
Are you guys seriously? This is what I thought we were going to be talking about the investigation.
Trial. Never break down the shocking new details.
Without remorse. Why didn't or wouldn't Brian Koberger attack her? Why do you think that he kept going, that he didn't come back? Was it the thrill of catching the other roommates unaware? Why would he just leave and leave an eyewitness there?
You guys funny. Can you imagine me as one of the talking heads on this? I'd be like looking at people like, did you really just say what you just said? Did you give myself a little talking head right there? Did you really just say what I think you just said? Like, this information is not new out of the documents. Like, this is what's been out there for a long time. Check with the autopsy, newly released documents, shed light. Like, what?
Give him a forum. Sorry, if he wants to speak, people will listen, and I get it, and I think it is disgusting. Whatever he says is going to be filled with lies, and it's going to be self-serving.
To hold her down, and by the time he comes to Zaina, she is aware of what's happening in the house and trying to do something or defend herself. So just a horrific.
Brought him in for questioning. There's a unique one in part of this document dump, and it's basically a report compiled from an inmate at the Ada.
Are you kidding me?
This guy was sitting next to Brian Kohlberger.
Oh my God.
Observed in terms of his shifting or nervousness.
Now of that Moscow Police Department interview with Brian Kohlberger. Again, this is Lieutenant Darren Gilbertson and Corporal Brett Payne. So Detective Gilbertson asked Kohlberger what the process was to apply for a PhD. Kohlberger stated that he applied 2 places, UC Irvine and WSU. Kohlberger said that he was going to graduate with his master's in criminal justice.
Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you.
Look at Ashley Jennings. Ashley Jennings is Let's just watch it again for Ashley Jennings' stake here. Ready? Ashley Jennings. Oh my God. Look at her. Look at her. This is great.
In high school and college, to help you. Hell will be waiting. Quick message from our youngest daughter. Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you.
Do you understand? Ashley Jennings, come on. Where are you at? Where are you at, Ashley? Ashley, why aren't you in any of these reports? All you did was work this case.
Fellow inmates are anxiously awaiting your arrival, but it's okay because they're there to help you. Hell will be waiting. A quick message from our youngest daughter.
Ashley.
Aubrey wanted to say, you may have received A's in high school and college, but you're going to be getting big D's in prison.
Thank you.
Do you think it registered with her? I'm just saying, like, she has no idea. I feel like just what's going on. Like you guys want to see it live? I was like her. Ashley Jennings. Ashley Jennings, you know all about the Timey Advance records, girl. Look at her. Ashley Jennings is my homie. I'm getting a shirt with her fucking face on it. It says my homie. I know I'm friends with Ashley Jennings. Don't think I won't. Speaking of Ashley, I wonder what she's up to now that she doesn't have the Brian Kohlberger case going on. The sandbagging state. The state violates discovery deadlines. Oh, Ashley Jennings' career-ending misconduct. Ashley Jennings, what have you been doing? Okay.
Can you address the...
Okay.
Subpoenas. They didn't discuss it today, but it's addressed in their motion.
Yes, before you get to that, can you address the allegation that the cell phone data was, I guess, purposefully erroneous as to the time that the phone was no longer reporting, which then relates to the supposed position of travel?
Right. Well, I don't know that I completely wrap my head around the defendant's logic in this.
I have to, so help me out.
Well, I still don't
I
understand.
understand her statement and her argument. I'm trying to understand your response.
I guess what was reported was the information known at the time that the probable cause affidavit was given.
There's pain.
You guys, did you just hear that lie? First of all, this is what was known at the time that the probable cause statement was given. Okay? Look at Bill Thompson. Okay? Look at Bill Thompson. God, I want to zoom in.
I guess what was reported was the information known at the time that the probable cause affidavit was given.
There's pain. Or by the
the
cast
information that he was given from.
This goes to my first question about imputed erroneous statements. So I understand the allegation in that regard, not necessarily to be that Detective Payne knew the statement was wrong, because I'm not sure there's evidence of that. But did the cast specialist know that there was a misinterpretation or an erroneous report?
I don't think that you have before you a sufficient.
Wait, there was a question there. There was a question pending. Why does Hippler not say, I just asked you a simple question. Did Agent Nick Balance know? Okay. Like, she's like literally gaslighting a judge, and he's like sucking on her titties, accepting it.
I don't think that you have before you a sufficient proffer that proves that the cast specialist submitted false information.
That wasn't the question. The question was, did he fucking lie? Ashley, it doesn't matter if we proffered it, right? The judge just asked you a simple question. And so your argument, Ashley, is that Ann Taylor didn't do a good job, right?
Apparently there's a difference in the handoffs of 7 minutes. At the end of the day, okay.
At the end of the day, okay. I mean, it's 7 minutes. Girl, that's how long you said the murders took, was 7 minutes. 7 minutes, man, dude, 30 seconds matters.
No, I don't think it's incredibly material.
The material, if you look at it in terms of where the phone was in that 7 minutes?
Well, it's material.
Going a direction different than what your affidavit says it was going, isn't that material?
The direction of travel, like, yes, I would say it was if it was found outside of Pullman. It was not. It was reporting to a tower in Pullman. This assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel.
What is she saying? Look at Daddy. Look at Daddy. Look at Santa. Hey, Santa, are you listening? Look at.
This assumption assumes that cars can't change direction of travel.
What is wrong with you, Santa? Why aren't you thinking?
We're assuming that then the same cell phone, which was then turned off.
Which was that just turned? What? Look.
Isn't then also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan.
You guys see? Do you guys see what this trial? You guys, this trial was going to be off the hook. Like, to watch these people try to get out of the shit, like literally, they covered themselves in feces to watch them peel off the layer of shit in this trial would have just been epic. But this is unbelievable. Unbelievable that this judge is listening to this argument, has this type of a reaction, and then writes what he does. Look at
tied to Mr. Koberger is then found on surveillance.
Wait,
We're not talking about a white off. Isn't then also tied to the evidence where we do have information to believe a white sedan tied to Mr. Koberger is then found on surveillance. We're not talking about 7 minutes. We're talking about 7 minutes at 2:50 in the morning which is about an hour, approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that this 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes.
We're asking about your probable cause affidavit, okay? When you wrote that material, did you know it not to be true? Yes or no? Did Nick Balance know that the phone wasn't shut off? Did Nick Balance know that the phone is over there? Did Nick Balance know that? And the answers to all of that shit is yes. Yes, motherfuckers. Yes.
Prior proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not.
Then why did you put it in your probable cause if it didn't matter? If it's not material, why is it even in there? That's what I've been asking from day one. And then I realized that you need it to be in there because you need to connect. You can't just have a poof, the car just is on a surveillance video in Moscow at 3:26 and poof, it's Brian's. You can't just start the day there. That's why it matters. Because it doesn't matter that the crimes are until 4 whatever. It matters that you're claiming that Brian's vehicle is the one that you see at 3:25 in Indian Hills Drive, whatever the fuck. Okay? And it's the car that you said that's at 253 here, and it's on Floyd's cannabis shop there. And it's just not. I mean, fuck.
It's a leap for me.
It's a leap for me. What are you talking about? I mean, I can't answer to not get up and just blow her out of the water after this fucking ridiculous pirouetting over here.
Approximately a little over an hour before the crimes occurred. I don't follow the logic that this 7 minutes, an hour and 10 minutes prior proves that there's no way the defendant couldn't have traveled the 7 miles to Moscow, whether or not the car was pointed in a different direction or not. It's a leap for me.
Do you even understand the argument? She doesn't get it. But actually, she does get it because she's arguing a lost cause. How do you argue something that you... That's what it looks like. That's what it looks like.
Does that answer?
Well, it's your answer, so.
let's say it was. Let's say that it was exculpatory. Let's say it was materially that it was false. It was recklessly included. It wasn't, but let's say it was.
Dude, this is what, note to self. This is what you do not do.
Well, the magistrate still had enough information before her to grant probable cause for the arrest. So we still don't get to a Franks hearing, even if you want to make that leap. Subpoenas.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Just an absolute. Do you think she has nightmares? I think she has nightmares. I would have nightmares. Dude, she paid a lot of money to go to law school. Look, mm. These titles are hilarious.
Decoder. If you enjoy our content, please help us out by hitting that like button.
And why was Judge John Judge running interference for the prosecution? I love this shit.
Want to respond to any on that, Ms. Taylor?
Well, Your Honor, we had the entire IGG state's motion for protective order and our objection to that in a public forum as well. That ends up resulting in us receiving documents that the court had a protective order on, and we can't even share with our investigators that come to court with us. And we've abided by that, and we understand that. But the entire hearing leading up to that was done in the public eye. In that particular hearing, they talked a lot about DNA results on a knife sheath. That, I'm sure, benefited the state to have that in the public eye. What we're going to talk about on the 14th, Judge, I don't have to name any private citizen names. I can talk about records that exist and why we should have them without naming private citizen names. I can talk about the videos that they've not given us. They're not about the business. They're about videos that were collected by the police. I can talk about those in the context of the police reports. And by the way, those are all things that are talked about in the probable cause affidavit. And I can talk a ton about the cell phone information, the cell tower information, and the things that they have not given us, the drive test information, the verification of such.
That's the thing. I don't want to talk about those particularly.
I do, for the record, need to clarify the representations of the defense that we are intentionally withholding things that they're entitled to is just utter nonsense. We have strived. We are continuing every week to provide additional discovery.
You know what, Bill? You're pathetic. Okay. Anybody worth a fucking cent, anybody worth a goddamn that's ever going to read these 34 or these 314 page reports, they would know that these police officers have been trained to write in reports nothing, there is no way that you can conduct an investigation off of what we've read of 314 reports. Ann Taylor didn't have shit. We have the luxury of having everything all at once. I just can't even imagine. I can't imagine This is May of 2023, right? Blaker didn't write one of the most important reports that he did until July of 2023.
We have more discovery coming. We hope that much of what they felt they had to file a motion to compel on, instead of being patient and wait, because our discovery deadline is in September, that we'll have and be able to make that available between now and the hearings on the 14th. And there may very well be little, if anything, we have to fight about. Your Honor also noted there are some things that we simply do not have the power to access. And we have been trying consistently through cooperative efforts, as well as following the process with the federal government. They have been good partners, but they have their own rules to work with. This isn't the motions for the subpoenas ducis tecum isn't the first TUI process, and the court is aware. We've been pursuing TUI process for all types of information for months. So the characterization that we are just consciously withholding information to frustrate the defense is utter nonsense.
How do you not have it? How are you not co-located and you don't have your shit? Fucking trash. All we need is Danny Vargas. Danny Vargas. MVP Danny. She fucking solved the case.
That is not true. We will provide everything we can that is providable under the rules. If we disagree on something, whether it exists or not, because I can tell you, many of the things that the defendant has tried to itemize, when we talk to our people, they say, that doesn't exist. So, I don't know what we're supposed to do at that point, and we'll flesh it out at a hearing. And it may be that if they have experts who are going to say, well, such and such should exist, we might have to go find experts to say, well, in this case, it doesn't. Or no, we'll see.
Well, that's exactly why I want to close it on the 14th, because we're going to have many arguments, apparently, about issue by issue by issue. And some of that should not be out of them.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I want to respond to that, and I can give you particular examples of things.
God, they should have never left this judge.
And it's already been ordered to be given to us, the cast report, which was a draft that we were promised to have by March 31st. It's May 2nd. We don't have it. So for the...
Do you guys, I mean...
the prosecutor to stand up and say that I'm misrepresenting things, he's misrepresenting things, Your Honor. That's there.
You know what? Let's not go there. I mean, we can sort that out.
Your Honor, he was misrepresenting everything. They were involved in the whole fucking thing. Bill and Ashley Jennings wrote the damn warrant. Ashley Jennings wrote the frickin' timing advanced warrant. Ashley Jennings should have lost her job. That's what should have happened. As Hitler said, these are some serious allegations, and this would get somebody fired, basically, And it should. It should get you fired when you fucking lie.
On the 14th, I mean, I read everything. That's what the state was saying. I trust both of you, okay? Your integrity. So I don't want this pointing the fingers back and forth. I don't think it's very helpful. Doesn't really help me. It started at the last hearing, and I really want y'all to just tone it down a little bit. I mean, you can argue all you want, but when it starts to be personal, it's destructive.
It's not. This isn't personal.
I mean,
how the fuck do they not have a cast report?
You're really, really good lawyers. So let's just focus
Really? Because Bill Thompson, please wheeling and dealing, man.
Focus on the issues.
Dick blazing.
Your Honor, we're happy to. And when we get the cash report, we'll disclose it. We do not have it. We are not withholding it. It's simple as that.
I read that last night. Okay.
Bill, how do you not have the cast report? You're the one that decided to arrest this motherfucker. How do you not have the cast report?
I'm fairly prepared about what the issues are, okay, about the discovery. And that's why I want to be able to hear from both sides, okay, what is the problem with this? What do we need to go forward? And I'm going to try and help that. And I expect that both of you do the same.
Your Honor, I do have several other examples, but in light of what the court said, I won't provide them right at the moment. There are other issues.
I understand.
There are other issues. You know what? Nan's probably kicking herself in the dick right now for not putting it on the record. You know, that's the other thing about this case. Okay. Nobody should ever have to dance around if we can talk about something because, oh God, people are going to hear about it. Like, fuck all, man. You can't argue like that. You cannot represent somebody like that. Ridiculous shit. This fucking whole case it's not about innocence or guilt when it comes to this type of, this is just awful. This is not how it should. Bill Thompson's a fucking lying bastard. He lied to the murdered parents, okay? You think when you start doing that shit, fuck all. He doesn't give a shit. Was Judge John running? I don't think he was running interference for Ashley there, though, but I'd give anything to have seen where is let's see, what would be one of the first, let's see, that would be like the had to be a motion. This is when Aunt Taylor had some mustard up her sleeve.
We expect some testimony from Mr. Koberger's team.
Your Honor, just for the record, Mr. Nye and Ms. Beatty are the ones handling this particular motion. Ms. Beatty.
Where was Ashley Jennings?
The proposed witnesses, Mr. Koberger and Mr. Nye, of course, briefed the matter and will be prepared for the argument.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Today, when those witnesses have both traveled and been here and been prepared to testify, that's an ambush, Your Honor. They're here, they're prepared, they're.
This is when Aunt Taylor. This is when Aunt Taylor had a mask. I was like, I can't understand a word she's saying.
Testimonies are relevant to the issues that the court has to decide. They're going to talk to the court. You're going to hear from a witness, Leah Larkin, Dr. Leah Larkin, as well, and she's going to talk about the process of genetic genealogy.
Interpret the law is not appropriate in a discovery dispute. As
has CV-related items in it. It talks about her background, her training a few weeks ago, and
what's the argument to this?
About the scope of discovery rules. I don't think that that's appropriate. I think that Ms. Taylor can make those arguments to the court, but having fact witnesses interpret the law is not appropriate in a discovery dispute. as to Ms. Vargas, our understanding was that there were 3 witnesses testifying today, and that was our understanding up until yesterday when we got into town. So we would ask that Ms. Vargas be excluded. And I would note that we made our objections to these witnesses clear when we asked the court to disregard the contents of their declarations in Mr. Nye's reply brief. Certainly, we're going to put that same objection on the record. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Well, a couple of things. I'm concerned about these opinions about sort of constitutional law or the procedures of discovery. I think that's fully capable for all of the counsel here.
But I'm kind of sitting here saying, Judge was giving me everything we know to exist.
Okay, here we go.
I'm not sure what else to say.
Log, we have that in part, but not the full scope.
I don't know what exists that we haven't received. We provided all the requests to the lab, and they've assured us that they have provided us with everything that they have within the scope of those requests. I'm not sure what else to say. I mean, we can make a supplemental inquiry to clarify that after we finish the report today. But I'm kind of sitting here saying, Judge was giving me everything we know to exist.
Well, that would be wise to check on that.
We will.
Because we don't want this to come back on the eve of trial.
Yes, sir.
Or, 4 years from now at an appeal.
Yes, sir.
So we want to make sure that we have
We don't want this to come back 4 years from now on appeal. We don't want this to come back 4 years from now on appeal. Yeah, exactly.
combed through all the information that has any bearing or argument of bearing on this case. That's how
Ms. Jennings is making a note right now. We'll send the inquiry out later today.
Okay.
Thanks, sir.
Your Honor, just for some clarification, we also ask for all emails, text messages, electronic messages, or other messages. Some have been provided, but we don't have assurance that that's all. And so for the same reason, we want to make sure that we have the complete copy.
Okay, Mr. Thompson.
We have told them, we have given them everything that we know to exist. We've asked the lab provided it to us, and sent it to them. At this point, all I'm hearing is speculations. They think maybe, or they wish something else was there. But as far as we know, it doesn't exist. I don't know what else we can say. You can't respond to something that isn't real.
Okay, this would have been August of 2023. Bill Thompson, you are a fucking joke. August of 2023. Let's take a look.
Sorry, Judge.
I mean, we're just sorting it out.
Yes, sir.
Making sure that everything that there is shared. Except for the ones that you don't want to
Absolutely.
shared.
Yes, sir.
And that's one of the reasons we're here.
We'll make an additional inquiry to the lab to see if there's anything else in the form of emails that they haven't already provided to us.
I would add, I mean, there are times, okay, in the world of the law, that sometimes people forget to do things, or sometimes things fall through the cracks, and so it's always healthy to make sure that it's done thoroughly.
Absolutely. Thank you, Judge.
Your Honor, we're ready to call Steve Mercer.
Okay. Just one moment. Are your experts in the courtroom right now?
Yeah.
Do they need to be in the courtroom?
Your Honor, I'd ask that they be allowed.
Okay, so September 12th, 2023. On Tuesday, September 12th, 2023, I received an email from NW forensic lab manager for the Ada County Sheriff's Office. Blank assistance was requested for the analysis of possible footwear impressions left at the scene of homicides. Blank sent me 2 attached documents and advised they were her notes as well as her report pertaining to her analysis of the footwear impressions and the comparison of those impressions to various pieces of footwear collected from Kohlberger throughout this investigation. That was on September 12th, 2023. September 13th, 2023. On Tuesday, September 26, 2023, I received an email from CW, Administrative Assistant of the Forensic Science Law Unit within the FBI. The email contained the secure link for the retrieval of the SNP DNA profile created by the FBI reference this investigation. On Wednesday, September 27, 2023, I accessed the secure portal and downloaded the file as it was provided from the above source. I downloaded the file to my department-issued computer and then attached the file electronically to this case. Was that after? Yeah, that's right. On November 28th, 2023, Officer Noonans, I reviewed my file cabinet and located handwritten notes I took on 11/13/2022 when I responded to the homicides. I scanned these notes and digitally attached a PDF titled Noonan's On-Scene Notes to the case. 9/28/2023. I reviewed my files. This was another officer, and located an Excel spreadsheet and notes I had taken while calling all commercial properties in town asking for video surveillance during this investigation. Like I said, I scanned and attached both the spreadsheet and a video request forms I filled out for Applebee's location. 10/4/2023. This is Danny Vargas. So after Anter is like asking Judge, like, yo, motherfucker, give me, like, we don't have this shit. Danny Vargas writes up a report on October 4th, 2023. She says early on in the investigation, doesn't give a date, after Kohlberger had been identified as the suspect. Can't give a date. I did an initial search for the following names/phone numbers throughout several accounts belonging to the victims: Brian, Kohlberger, Christopher, Papa Rogers. I did not find any of the above terms related to Kohlberger in the following accounts listed below. She checked Kaylee's iCloud, Kaylee's Snapchat, Kaylee's iPhone BFU, Kaylee's email, Kaylee's Yahoo, Kaylee's Instagram, Kaylee's Facebook. I need to check this out because I don't even know if this stuff was available because Kaylee's shit was very limited. Bethany's and Dylan's Instagram, Ethan's Instagram, Santa's Instagram, Maddie's Facebook, Santa's Facebook, Ethan Facebook, Bethany Facebook, Dylan Facebook, JD Facebook. My notes are attached electronically to the case file. Wow. A whole year later, writing this up. How did you perform the search is my question. When you did an initial search. What the fuck does that mean? 10/10/2023. Again, right after this hearing. On 10/18/2023, a CD of Kohlberger's photos from the PSP barracks, a CD of photos of vehicle at Kohlberger's residence, a CD from photos from 2 additional vehicles at Kohlberger's residence, photos of 119 Lamson Drive, CD photos of vehicle. On Tuesday, October 17th, 2023, FBI SA Hill brought several copies of FBI photos to me on CDs. There were 5 discs provided. 10/24/2023. The fuck? On Tuesday, October 24th, 2023, I received a tip from TS something, which needed to be followed up on tip number 7,280. The tip was originally captured in the FBI's VCC system. The tip stated that A.L. thought her friend H.R. drove a white Honda Elantra and was around 1122 King Road the night of the homicides. S.A. Shirley spoke to this person in December of 2022, but there were no details in VCC as to what he found out. I called this girl, Payne said, on Tuesday, October 24th, 2023, and this girl confirmed that she spoke to S.A. Shirley in December. I asked the girl what kind of car she drove. She said that she drove a 2014 white Ford Focus. I confirmed this by running Sugar Tits' license plates through the Idaho DMV, which showed a white 2014 Ford Focus. I asked her if she had been driving near the King Road house the night of the homicides, and she said she was not, and said her car was parked on the street near the sorority at blank blank street in Moscow. Blank said she saw Xana briefly at a frat the night prior to the homicides, but otherwise she had nothing else to talk about. Now, wouldn't you just run that through and, see if she was out and about in your Geofence? On October 17th, Lawrence Mowry says, I received an email from Latah County Prosecutor's Office in reference to downloading additional video from the security camera seized from the residence located at 1112 King Road in Moscow. Previously video is what it says. Previous video had been downloaded from the camera for the approximate time frame of 2:30 to 4:30. On November 13th, these videos were downloaded and contained audio. Through different methods using forensically acquired data from the camera's SD card, additional videos were downloaded, however, they did not include the audio. I was requested to download videos to include audio for the approximate time frames of 4:45 to noon. Due to the fact that the camera light bulb connection was inadvertently broken previously, a repair to the device to allow it to be powered on was needed. In the email received on October 17, 2023, Defense Counsel Ann Taylor provided approval of the repair. I cannot believe a year later and she doesn't have this material. Oh my God. On November 14th, 2023, the dog impound form from impounding the dog and the .3D thumb drive. So on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023, Detective Sergeant Gilbertson from Idaho State Police provided me with a thumb drive of the .3D scans from 1122 King Road. Remember, they had to go back in there and do this. I booked the thumb drive into MPD evidence the same day. Reference ISP supplemental D22-30. Ooh, there we go. We need to use that as a reference point. Supplemental 197. Holy balls. So let's do some math, Lana. If they're at 197. Okay. ISP had 11/14/2023. They were at number 0197 for supplementals. Oh my God. Ann Taylor wanted the interview of James Fry, the guy that he interviewed, that report number 77 that's just whack. Ann Taylor wanted that. James Fry had to go hunting for his recording of it. She didn't trust his report. Oh, fucking Gary Tolson. Detective Tolson's notes from the autopsy finally get into the hands of the defense on February 22nd, 2024. On Thursday, February 22nd, 2024, I received an email from Detective Sergeant Gilbertson containing 2 scanned documents. The documents were notes taken by Idaho State Police Detective Tolson during the autopsies of the 4 victims in this case. Was it during the 4? Wrong. 3, because he missed one. I attached the scanned documents to the case file. Danny Vargas, same day, 2/22/24. She just happened to come across the x-rays of the victims finally. On February 22nd, 2024, I received a thumb drive from Coroner Kathy Mabut, which contained the x-rays. Wow. Bill, you are so full of shit, Bill. Ashley Jennings. All right. You guys have yourselves a great night. Take care now. The frustration is real over here. Thank you guys all for being here. You could be anywhere else. But who wants to watch Ashley Jennings fall flat on her face? Take care. Peace out, Girl Scouts and Boy Scouts. Jam out with your clam out, rock out with your cock out. Till next time.